Chapter 491, Night Raid. Chapter 491, Night Raid. Chapter 491, Night Raid. The moment Yu Zhong entered Tsing Ji's villa, he saw 8 beautiful Vietnamese women dressed in maid uniforms, standing in 2 neat rows, welcoming him. As the 8 Vietnamese women looked at Yu Zhong, their eyes flashed with a hint of fear. To them, their master had changed from one man to another, and furthermore, this man was a Chinese. There was already a language barrier right at the get-go. At this time, an attractive lady with a mature charm dressed in a purple nightgown with the bust area slightly revealed walked up to Yu Zhong. She was 1.74 m tall, her figure sexy and alluring. She had long, slender legs, and a hint of perfume followed her as she smiled at Yu Zhong, using English to ask, "Hi. I'm Sally Pollock. What's your name?" Hearing this name, Nangong Bingyun, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, gasped in shock. "Sally Pollock?" Yu Zhong asked curiously. "Is she famous?" Nangong Bingyun was speechless as she looked back at Yu Zhong. Sally Pollock is a huge star in Hollywood. 7 years ago, she had dominated the screens. Although her presence now was not like 7 years ago, she's still an A-list celebrity. Recently, she acted in the movie Earthquake, which was shown in the country, and the box office revenue was more than 200 million yuan. Oh! When Yu Zhong heard that, he didn't have much of a reaction. He wasn't one to chase celebrities and gossip news in the first place, being someone extremely pragmatic. He had always been busying himself with studying and working to foot his own tuition fees, his living expenditures, as well as saving for the future. As for movies, other than a few blockbusters, he had never been that excited over the industry. At this time, Sally asked in a Yu Zhong in slightly broken Chinese, "Hello, Chinese boy, can you tell me your name?" Yu Zhong looked at Sally and asked slowly, "I'm Yu Zhong. You understand Chinese?" Sally held out her jade-like hands as she smiled at Yu Zhong. "I've always been interested in China as it has such a rich history with its 5,000 years of culture as well. I've always been planning to spend some time to properly understand China and its mysteries." Although her words were like that, in truth, they were all lies. She was a person that knew how to get along with anybody, and with her experience, since knowing that Yu Zhong was a Chinese, she would naturally be full of praises for China. In fact, all she knew about China was that it was a place for money to circulate. "You'll get a chance to in the future." Sally's words caused Yu Zhong to have a favorable impression of her, as he extended his hand to shake hers lightly, and he replied mildly. As he let go, there was a hint of disappointment in Sally's eyes. She could feel that there was none of the interest that most men had towards her in Yu Zhong's gaze. In this apocalyptic world, her beauty, body and fame were her weapons, in order to live a better life. She had used her skills to control Tsing Ji's heart, just to live like a princess. Sally had confidence in her own looks and figure, and numerous men had fallen at her feet. When she saw Yu Zhong's lack of interest, it caused her to be unsatisfied. Yu Zhong eyed the 8 maids and asked mildly, "Is there anyone here who speaks Chinese?" All of them became pale, as one hesitated a while before stepping up, using some halting Chinese to reply, "Master Yu Zhong, I know a little Chinese." As Green Town was quite near Hanoi, the number of Vietnamese who knew Chinese were not little. Yu Zhong asked, "What's your name?" The servant replied, "I'm Zhang Kailian." Yu Zhong directly appointed, "From today on you're their supervisor." Zhang Kailian was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The other 7 saw her excitement and joy, and were immediately envious. They did not know why she was suddenly so elated, but it was definitely a good thing. At this moment they regretted not knowing Chinese. Yu Zhong then turned to Sally, speaking mildly. "Miss Sally, we don't welcome idlers here. Seeing that you've respect and curiosity towards the Chinese culture, I can give you 2 choices. The first is to leave of your own accord. I can give you 7 days of rations and water. The second option is to work at the Culture Center, to help us train up singers, dancers and actors. Sally was incredibly gorgeous, that was true, and was even an A-list celebrity in Hollywood. However, Yuzhong was not interested in all these. He had plenty of good-looking women by his side, and Sally wasn't really his type. Sally's brows arched as she gave a meaningful look. Is it okay if I stay by your side to wait on you? Even being a servant is not an issue for me. I'm willing to do anything for you. To her, her body was precious, and she wasn't willing to work. Even more so, she could not bear the idea of drifting in the wild. There were zombies and mutant beasts everywhere. With her lack of power, she would definitely die. She wanted to stay by his side, and make use of her charms to thoroughly control him. Yuzhong flat out rejected her, as he replied in a cold tone, "No." Sally's eyes flashed with a strange glint, as she forced a smile and made her choice. In that case, I choose to work at the Culture Center. N. Yuzhong looked towards Ming Jiajia. Come with me. Ming Jiajia eyed Sally coldly, before leading her out. Yuzhong then went and sat himself down on the sofa. Zhang Kailian quickly went to brew 2 cups of tea, and placed them in front of Yuzhong and Nangong Bingyun. She then muttered a few words to one of the pretty Vietnamese maids, and they proceeded to kneel in front of Yuzhong, massaging his legs carefully. Xingji liked looking as these beautiful young ladies waited on him gently. Zhang Kailian had decided to wait on Yuzhong like the way she used to for Xingji. Yuzhong looked straight at Nangong Bingyun and asked, "What are your future plans?" Nangong Bingyun looked back at him with a sweet smile. "Leader Yuzhong, I wish to bring men to join you and support your cause. I can speak Vietnamese, English, Thai, and Japanese. Furthermore, I have taken on responsibilities as part of a consortium over at Guangxi once. I think I should be well qualified to assist you." Nangong Bingyun was not just a flower vase. Although she had gotten to where she was due to her family's connections, she truly had the capabilities, and was well versed in 4 different languages. It goes to show that she was truly intelligent. These scions of the higher class of society were usually born with better conditions, and the moment there was someone extraordinary that emerged from them, they would also possess a different level of outlook and vision than most others. Yuzhong mulled over for a while before asking, "I'll assign 200 Vietnamese to you, will you be able to control them?" Her eyes held a level of confidence in herself. Not a problem. Yuzhong was also infected by her level of self-confidence, and he directly replied, "Good. Then I shall assign 200 men to you." His hands were currently full, and trying to control all the Vietnamese was extremely difficult. The moment things went slightly awry, they would immediately retaliate. It gave him a major headache. After all, he was Chinese, and it was hard for him to gain their recognition. Nangong Bingyun then took the initiative to ask Yuzhong to send someone to monitor her. "That's great. I hope that you can send some people to direct me as well." Yuzhong agreed. "Yes." After gaining his consent, Nangong Bingyun quickly left the villa. She wanted to get to work to obtain the strength from Yuzhong. On the surface, the situation of the town looked like it had stabilized, and with the flow of time, night gradually came. In the dark of the night, a number of black shadows crept towards Greentown. Very soon, there were over 100 black silhouettes, and they gathered together, making their way towards the direction of Greentown with the cover of the night. At the entrance of Greentown, there were 8 Vietnamese soldiers patrolling. Although there were 8 of them, they had only 1 gun, with only 3 bullets. The rest were wielding sabers. Yuzhong could not trust these soldiers that had just submitted. As the 100 black silhouettes got closer to Greentown noiselessly, at a distance of about 20 m, one of them stepped on a patch of earth. Following a huge explosion, the man was directly blown to bits by the landmine buried underneath. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Greentown started blaring with alarms, and the Vietnamese soldiers who were at the entrance began hiding behind covers amidst their fear and anxiety. Seeing that their situation had been unraveled, a man wielding a huge black mace shouted out, "Kill the Chinese dogs! All those Vietnamese males with heart, charge with me! Kill the invaders! For our wives and kids, not to suffer at the hands of the invaders! Everybody, charge with me to kill these Chinese dogs!" With the effect of the soundwave transmission, the whole green town heard the enraged roars of the man. When that male had finished shouting, he quickly brought his bunch of warriors as they charged in towards Greentown. "Let me come with you to kill the Chinese dogs." One of the Vietnamese soldiers immediately rushed towards the leader of the assailants. "Me too. Kill the Chinese dogs." With their emotions riled up, the 8 Vietnamese soldiers at the entrance turned traitor and charged in as well. Chapter 492. Total Suppression. Chapter 492. Total Suppression. A number of flares were suddenly shot into the sky, illuminating the entrance of Greentown. Many concealed defense points began to spew out bullets as 312, 7mm heavy machine guns rattled and fired wildly at the militants launching the raid. Under that terrifying spray of bullets, in just a short span of time, more than 20 of the militants were ripped to shreds, their bodies a mangled mess. Watching their comrades dying such horrible deaths, the rest of the militants turned pale and quickly sought for cover. At the same time, the words of the mace-wielding man had a huge effect in the town, as a number of Vietnamese survivors that had submitted to Yu Zhong for fear of their lives began to band together as they charged towards the center of town, intending to wipe out Yu Zhong and his people. Yu Zhong and the rest were Chinese, and did not have the support of the Vietnamese. With just a little incitement and provocation, the Vietnamese began to rally and riot, joining the chaos caused by the militants. Just as the survivors within the city began to rebel, Nangong Bing Yun and Xian Jia Ro led 200 soldiers. They charged into the center. Nangong Bing Yun looked at the 200 Vietnamese soldiers before ordering coldly, "Attack! Kill all of them! Kill them, and their women and rations are yours. From now on, you guys will also be treated as the same status as the Chinese. If not, your families will join you in death. Kill! I'm sorry. Forgive me." With that ruthless order, the 200 Vietnamese soldiers charged helplessly at the rebelling survivors and began to hack and slash. Xian Jia Ro appraised the beautiful and charismatic Nangong Bing Yun with a chill in her heart. This woman is not simple. Nangong Bing Yun had selected those 200 Vietnamese men because they had families. The lives of their relatives were in her control. Hence, when she gave the order, they had no choice but to slaughter their own countrymen. Today, the moment they committed this, they had no chance of turning back, and in the future, they would have to rely on Yu Zhong's power, fulfilling their roles as slaughterers. The majority of the rebels were ordinary people, and all they had were vegetable knives. They had no way of contending against the soldiers with actual weapons. Both sides engaged in an all-out slaughter, and very soon, the rioters lost their will, and were killed by the soldiers. In the clash, many of the soldiers were also injured by these rioters, and they became even more enraged. Just killing, and all sense of shame and guilt were thrown out the door, becoming like wild animals as they slaughtered their countrymen. At the entrance of Greentown, the 3 defense points kept the militants at bay, suppressing them. The 3 heavy machine guns were like death gods. As they continued to fire, the militants did not dare to take rash actions. "Charge!" the mace-wielding leader bellowed out in rage. The remaining militants charged out again in a second wave, and they lost another 6 or 7 men before they began to scramble yet again. They were just a bunch of courageous fools. Amongst them, there were a few enhancers. However, they were just average, and had not trained to the point where they could ignore bullet. High-leveled enhancers were not aplenty like cabbages. The reason why factions like the Kingdom of God and the great empire of Vietnam had such numbers of enhancers was because they had a large number of humans and resources to train up such experts. In the outside world, an enhancer that had reached level 30 could become the leader of a small establishment. If his or her luck was good, they could even become the leader of a middle-sized faction. Yu Zhong came to the entrance and saw those militants. He muttered with disinterest, "So weak, yet you dare challenge me." The militants were absolutely clueless in their tactics, and were at most comparable to new recruits that had just undergone some days of training with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong gave an order to White Bones. "White Bones! Get them, leave 5 alive." White Bones' eyes radiated with fire as it immediately charged towards those militants. In just a few blinks, White Bones had charged through the militants, its bone blades dancing, causing a whirlwind of carnage and blood. Not a single militant was able to defend against it. Too scary. Retreat. Everybody retreat. The leader saw how White Bones was slaughtering his subordinates like chickens and dogs, and his heart turned cold as he quickly shouted towards his men. At the same time, he turned around to escape towards the darkness. This man, Senya, finally recognized that Yu Zhong was not a target to mess around with. A night raid was a common tactic that the weak used against the strong. From history, many night raids had achieved shocking results. When Senya heard that Green Town had switched owners, he had assembled his subordinates at the first moment, hoping to eradicate the Chinese who had yet to reinforce their rule and take over the town. At first, with the 100-plus subordinates of his, plus launching a night raid, in addition to the help that he would receive from the Vietnamese within the town, he had an 80% confidence of success. However, the one factor he failed to consider was that Yu Zhong was actually incredibly powerful, more than he could imagine. He had also overestimated the strength of his own troop. The 3 heavy machine guns were enough to totally suppress them. After all, they were death-fearing humans, not zombies. Bai Shaoxing saw that the militants were about to retreat and he got restless, bringing his 10 subordinates and rushed off into the night. "Let me have some fun as well." In the dark of the night, Senya ran frantically. He had expended all his strength, but close behind him, White Bones was like a demon that chased without tiring, its eyes flashing with a cold light. "He's too overbearing." Senya's eyes flashed with a mad light as he activated his skill, explosive strength, and turned around suddenly to face off against White Bones, swinging his mace viciously. White Bones' speed was vastly superior to Senya, and in just a short step, it had disappeared from its original location. When Senya's attack met air, he was filled with shock. Suddenly, a sharp bone spike shot out behind him, piercing his body and nailing him to the ground. Senya felt the sharp pain and immediately screamed out in Chinese, "Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender!" Senya would often boast about himself as a true warrior and man, but he was a coward at heart. Hence, the moment he felt the threat of death, he chose to surrender. He wanted to survive no matter what. White Bones eyed Senya before dragging him towards Yu Zhong. It already possessed the intelligence to tell that this was the ringleader. If it didn't have the enhanced intelligence, it would have instantly decapitated Senya without discerning his status. Senya had been captured, whereas his subordinates had all been routed and killed or captured alive by Bai Shaoxing and the rest. Yu Zhong eyed Senya coolly and asked, "Who are you?" Senya replied with his back full of cold sweat, "I'm the leader of Wood Village, Senya. We have 700 survivors in the village, and I'm their leader." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued, "I'm Yu Zhong. What value do you have that can justify not killing you?" Senya instantly felt like his entire world froze over. His face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. Tyrant Yu Zhong was the devil that was famous for slaughtering over 100,000 Vietnamese survivors in the rumors, and he had finally come face to face with him. Senya instantly threw all pride and face out the window as he knelt and begged. I know the locations and details of the factions around this region. Other than that, I also know information about the largest faction near Hanoi, the Vietnam Prosperous Development Committee. I'm willing to divulge all this information. Please let me serve you, spare my life. Seeing the image of Senya now, it would cause one to be unable to reconcile the previous image of him hollering for the sake of the country. Yu Zhong replied mildly, all right. Tell me what you know. Yes. He heaved a sigh of relief and began to reveal everything. The Vietnam Prosperous Development Committee, or VPDC for short, is the largest Vietnamese survivor base near Hanoi, and they control a huge amount of land near the city of Hanoi. They had about 280,000 survivors, and are led by a team of 7 leaders. Every one of these leaders possessed a terrifying amount of strength. Senya only knew about the superficial details, and had no idea about the intricate stuff. Although he knew the existence of the VPDC, he hadn't planned on bringing his men to join them. After all, he was a leader himself, and he enjoyed his then lifestyle. The moment he joined the VPDC, his base would definitely be swallowed by them. In the night, a blue-colored motorcycle roared through the darkness and appeared in front of a small town. There were 4 Vietnamese soldiers that immediately barked, "Who goes there?" 4 sharp bone blades whirred as they shot out in an instant, slicing the heads of the 4 Vietnamese soldiers off. The blue motorbike shot through the town, all the way till it came to a lavish villa. Yu Zhong leapt down from the motorcycle. Senya also came down from the motorcycle, his face pale as he stared at Yu Zhong, wide-eyed with fear. Chapter 493, Envoy Appears. Chapter 493, Envoy Appears. Yu Zhong kicked out at the door of the villa, sending it flying. A burly man with 2 long scars on his face and 4 bodyguards in suits appeared before Yu Zhong's eyes. This middle-aged man with scars was called Li Shengli, and was the leader of this small town. He was also a level 35 enhancer. Li Shengli looked at Yu Zhong and barked sternly, "Who are you?" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a chilly light, and he immediately pulled out his stinger, firing a single shot at Li Shengli's head. His speed was simply too terrifying. Before Li Shengli had the chance to react, his head had already been blown off, as red and white brain matter splattered onto the ground. The 4 bodyguards by Li Shengli's side were also experts. The moment they saw Yu Zhong moving, they had already pulled out their guns. Suddenly, a huge nether hole appeared in midair, and at the next moment, 6 incredibly sharp bone spikes pierced the 4 bodyguards before twisting. The 4 bodyguards were instantly sliced into parts, fresh blood pouring everywhere. Inside the villa, there were many beautiful Vietnamese ladies. When they saw this cruel scene, their hearts were filled with fear, and they cowered, not daring to raise their heads. Senya walked to the scar-faced man, and his eyes were filled with a complicated gaze as he confirmed, "Leader! This man is truly Li Shengli, the leader of Ongyang Town." He noted the outcome of Li Shengli, his heart beating with fear. If he had continued to resist Yu Zhong, he might have met with the same ending. Yu Zhong eyed the corpse indifferently and said, "Got it. Go and spread the news of his death." Senya did not dare dally as he replied hastily, "Yes." Soon, the news of Li Shengli's demise spread around the entire town, and the faces of the militants who were assembled in the town froze in terror. They were at a loss. Li Shengli was their core and leader. With his death, they truly did not know what to do. Some of them wanted to avenge him, while others took the opportunity to flee. When those militants tried to stage a coup in the town, Yu Zhong directly brought White Bones to kill them. Not a single one could withstand a single blow from either Yu Zhong or White Bones. In a short hour, the entire town had been eliminated of any troublemakers. Early the next morning, Nangong Bing Yun and Xian Jia Ro brought 200 Vietnamese survivors as they arrived at Ongyang town. So powerful! The moment they entered the town, Nangong Bing Yun was treated to a sight of corpses lying all around, and was stunned momentarily. She thought she had a grasp of Yu Zhong's capabilities, but each time, he continued to exceed her expectations. Within the town, other than those corpses, there were militants who surrendered as well as the ordinary Vietnamese survivors. The militants did not dare to make any rash moves, and those fellows that had tried to escape had all been pierced by White Bone's blades and dragged back before being executed. The bloody scene had filled the hearts of the people present with terror, and they finally understood the true might of this new overlord. Nangong Bing Yun and Xian Jia Ro came to where Yu Zhong was staying. Nangong Bing Yun's eyes were filled with a complicated gaze as she saluted him. "Leader." Yu Zhong eyed her and ordered mildly, Nangong, go bring men to handle the bodies in town. After that, escort the fellows and the resources in town back to Green Town." Nangong Bing Yun stood at attention and replied, "Yes." Yu Zhong then pointed to Tsinye and continued, "And this fellow, let me join you guys to go escort his subordinates." Tsinye grinned sheepishly at Nangong Bing Yun. In just one night, he single-handedly collapsed 2 factions. This man was simply too terrifying. Nangong Bing Yun's mind was filled with such thoughts. However, she was still a capable person, and she led her men as they brought the survivors and resources to Green Town, before bringing Tsinye to transfer his own establishment over as well. After gaining over a few thousand people, as well as resources, he began to transport everything towards Taiyuan City. He had no interest in clashing against the VPDC at the moment. The VPDC had over 280,000 survivors, and there must be a number of experts there. If Yu Zhong wanted to conquer such a huge faction, he needed to deploy the troops over from Guangxi, and even then, he would at most have a 70% level of confidence. However, the support and logistics were equally important in modern warfare. The moment the battle started, the expenditure of ammunition would skyrocket. In fact, it would not be beneficial to Yu Zhong's next intended move, which was to take down the industrial city Yenzhou. Only by obtaining it would he be able to have a wholesome military and not fret about expenditure of ammunition. Yu Zhong had taken down Wuyan Hong purely because Wuyan Hong was filled with ill intent towards the Chinese. Furthermore, his claws were already reaching into the Guangxi region, and he had no way of tolerating his actions. Wuyan Hong's aim was also to expand into Guangxi, so that he could take down Yu Zhong. Therefore Yu Zhong had no choice but to deal with him harshly. Outside of Green Town, a jeep was driving over. "Who are you people?" The 4 soldiers stationed at the entrance of Green Town was immediately on their guard, as they stopped the jeep. The jeep came to a halt and 4 people stepped out. There were 2 middle-aged men, as well as a young man and young lady. The leader was one of the middle-aged men, his hair combed back neatly, and one could tell that he possessed the aura of a government official. He spoke out. "I'm the VPDC's diplomat, Han Wang. We hope to be granted an audience with your leader Yu Zhong. Please relay the message." "Wait here." One of the soldiers quickly left. The young male's face turned dark as he muttered, "What gall? These damn Chinese. This is Vietnam, not your fucking China." Han Wang frowned and shot the young man a look. "Chien-yi. This is someone else's territory, save it." "Humph." Chien-yi glared back while snorting. It was obvious that he did not place this Hang Wang character in his eyes. If it wasn't that Han Wang was still vital to their cause, he would have long since beaten him up. "Please enter." Soon, the soldier returned and granted the party entry. The soldier led Han Wang and his group towards Yu Zhong's office. "What a pretty woman!" The moment Chien-yi entered the office, he was captivated by Xian Jiaro, who was standing by Yu Zhong's side. He had toyed with numerous women after the apocalypse began, yet he had never seen a beauty on Xian Jiarou's level. Han Wang eyed Yu Zhong and began with a warm greeting. "Hello! I'm Han Wang. You must be leader Yu Zhong. I am honored to meet you." "Yes, it's me, Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong looked straight at Han Wang and asked directly, "Han Wang, whatever it is you have to say, just say it. I'm really busy at the moment. If there's nothing important, please leave." Yu Zhong was currently extremely tied up. There were simply too many things he had to handle. Although he had delegated as much responsibility as possible, there were issues in Langsun City, Guilin City, and Longhai City that only he had the authority to decide. Han Wang was caught off guard by Yu Zhong's straightforward nature, as their custom was to always exchange pleasantries before getting down to business. He never expected Yu Zhong to be so direct. After hesitating a while, Han Wang chuckled slightly and said, "Our Vietnam and China has been friendly allies since ancient times. The Vietnamese and Chinese are all good friends and brothers. We have joined our forces together to resist against the aggression of imperialism in the past." Yu Zhong immediately raised his hand to stop Han Wang. "I want to know your intentions. If you want to continue bullshitting, please leave." If he gave Han Wang, who was such an experienced diplomat, the time to talk, he would be able to spout nonsense for an entire hour. This fellow is not easy to deal with. This thought flashed across Han Wang's mind when he was interrupted by Yu Zhong. However, he maintained a smile on his face. "Our VPDC hopes that leader Yu Zhong would be able to provide some support to us on account of our country's friendship. We're just asking for 100,000 tons of rations, 3,000 rifles, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 tanks, and our VPDC will be your strongest ally in the future. The Vietnamese would also forever remember the favor that the Chinese have shown them." Yu Zhong's tone turned steely. "Not possible. If you want to obtain something from me, you will need to offer something of equal value in exchange. If you want rations, then take out some firepower. If you want firepower, then you need to offer rations or other equivalent items." In the past, China had been suffering, yet it had still sent resources and aid to Vietnam. In the end, it wasn't long before Vietnam fell out with China. The statement that the Vietnamese would remember the favor from the Chinese was bullshit in his opinion. Yu Zhong would not be blindsided by Han Wang. Qian Yi's face twisted as he stared at Yu Zhong and barked loudly. "Yu Zhong, you're currently standing on Vietnam's turf. You have killed so many Vietnamese. Getting you to offer this much is already letting you off easy. This is Vietnam. You want to not give us any fucking face. Do you believe that our VPDC will deploy forces to wipe you out?" Han Wang was alarmed as he quickly berated, "Qian Yi, shut up." This was Yu Zhong's territory, and Han Wang looked at Qian Yi, his heart full of regret. Qian Yi turned to laugh coldly at Han Wang with disrespect. "Han Wang, your father, I have been tolerating you for a long time. You shut the hell up for your father." He then turned back to look at Yu Zhong, without fear and full of recklessness. "Yu Zhong, I know this is your territory. However, your father, I am the younger brother of the president of the VPDC, Qian Mingsheng. If you have the guts, kill me. If you dare to kill me, the entire country of Vietnam and all of Vietnam's citizens would be your enemy." Chapter 494, A Falling Out. Chapter 494, A Falling Out. Yu Zhong eyed the cocky Qian Yi and told Xian Jiarou, "Break one arm." She received the order, a cold look on her beautiful features, and pulled out a black wind blade, shooting towards Qian Yi. "I finally forced your hand." Qian Yi chuckled coldly in his heart and was about to dodge to one side, when suddenly his entire arm was sliced off, blood spraying everywhere. "Ah! Yu Zhong! You animal! Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't, today's enmity, I will definitely repay it 100-fold." Qian Yi screamed out in agony and fury, as he ran towards the door. Qian-Yi was an agility-based evolver of level 27, and he had placed all his attribute points to agility. His speed was considered terrifying, but he never expected that the lady standing quietly by Yu Zhong's side was so much faster than him. Her strike had been ruthless as well, slicing off his arm in just one slash with no hesitation. At this time, the other middle-aged man stepped forward, his eyes glinting dangerously, and activated his second-order werewolf transformation. He instantly shifted into a 2.5 tall monster with sharp claws. This man was in charge of protecting Qian-Yi. At the same time, his other responsibility was to kill Yu Zhong if negotiations fell through. In close-quarter combat, the werewolf truly had a huge advantage. After turning into a second-order werewolf, the man disappeared from his spot in a flash and lunged for Yu Zhong. The pretty young lady by Qian-Yi's side also pulled out a dagger, rushing forwards for Yu Zhong in a flash. Han Wang watched the situation spiral out of control with a dismayed expression and shouted out loudly, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" A diplomatic trip actually turning into an assassination attempt, it was the first time Han Wang came across something like this in his life. In truth, there were two camps in the VPDC, with differing attitudes towards Yu Zhong. The Dove side wanted to negotiate with Yu Zhong and obtain resources to solve the problem peacefully, while the Eagle side had proposed using force to eradicate this potential source of trouble. After an intense debate, the VPDC had decided to send an envoy to negotiate with Yu Zhong. Other than Han Wang, the rest were given a special mission, which was to kill Yu Zhong the moment they got a chance to. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed as he shot back explosively, at the same time, activating the art of fear on her. A sudden spirit blast enveloped the female assassin, causing her to faint instantly. Yu Zhong's spirit was incredibly high. If one didn't possess enough spirit defenses or treasures, agility and strength enhancers would find it hard to defend against his art of fear. At the same moment when Yu Zhong was casting the art of fear, the werewolf assassin had already appeared by his side, both claws streaking towards Yu Zhong with a faint afterimage trailing behind. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and shot to one side. The werewolf's strike met air, but the sharp claws caused long gashes in the ground. The eyes of the werewolf enhancer flashed viciously, seizing the chance that Yu Zhong was retreating, and lashed out with a violent kick. The speed of the kick was swift, and Yu Zhong was forced to raise his left arm to block. A huge force resulted from the clash, causing him to be sent knocking into a wall. With those shadow steps, Yu Zhong's speed had long since surpassed a Type 2 lightning. Even then he didn't manage to block the blow from the werewolf. This was because the second-order werewolf could lash out explosively, and that speed was something that exceeded even Yu Zhong's expectations. Without losing momentum, the werewolf tapped the ground lightly and shot towards Yu Zhong again. As the werewolf reached Yu Zhong raised his stinger and fired 6 times consecutively. While the werewolf was quick, Yu Zhong's speed wasn't to be underestimated as well. Coupled with his marksmanship, which through much practice was equally swift and lethal, the werewolf strived to dodge all of them, but was still shot in the shoulder by one of the bullets, causing a 3 mm hole. His recovery ability was frightening though, as right after it was wounded, the bullet hole stopped bleeding fairly promptly. The werewolf then leaped forwards about 5 or 6 meters, tolerating the pain, and slashed at Yu Zhong viciously. Yu Zhong instantly retaliated by casting the gravity manipulation, as a twofold gravitational force pressed down on the werewolf, causing his movements to slip. Yu Zhong then pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and swung it at the werewolf's body. If the strike connected, the werewolf would be immediately sliced in half. Knowing that, the werewolf's eyes flashed with a mad light as he swung out with a claw, attacking Yu Zhong's body. Suddenly a bright shield appeared in front of Yu Zhong with flash of light, blocking that hit. Yu Zhong's strike managed to connect with the werewolf's body. The reaction of the werewolf was truly top-notch, and it immediately retreated backwards, dodging that fatal blow. However, that slash from Yu Zhong managed to cause a deep gash on the werewolf's body, as a huge amount of blood began to pour from the wound. Just as the werewolf wanted to escape, another hole appeared in midair, and white bones shot out its maximum of 10 sharp bones spikes at the werewolf. The werewolf quickly lashed out and blocked the majority of the incoming projectiles. However, one managed to slip past his defenses and pierced his body, nailing him to the ground. Yu Zhong then directly pulled out the stinger and calmly aimed at the werewolf. A huge sense of danger rose in the werewolf's heart, and he immediately shouted out without care for his pride, "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender, I'm willing to submit. Spare me! This guy sure is something else." Yu Zhong gazed at the werewolf nailed to the ground and his eyebrows raised. He never expected someone this shameless could become a second-order expert. He ordered coldly, "Cancel your transformation! Otherwise you can go to hell." The werewolf quickly deactivated the transformation, turning back to his middle-aged appearance. He had a look of fear and apprehension towards Yu Zhong. For those transformation types of abilities, the moment they were cancelled, their actual strength would decrease as well. In a short span of time, even if they transformed again, they wouldn't be able to gain the same attribute boosts like the first time. For this man who had cancelled his transformation, Yu Zhong could find any expert over level 30 to play with him to death. Xian Jiaro brought Qian Yi over, who had both his arms removed, and asked, "Master, how do you want to deal with this person?" Qian Yi stared at Yu Zhong with a venomous look, and threatened, "Yu Zhong, if you have the guts, kill me. The VPDC would definitely not let you off." Qian Yi's main motive had been to incite trouble between them and the VPDC. However, he had been too arrogant, and wrongly estimated Yu Zhong's reaction as well as actual strength. Hence, he had ended up in such a situation. Han Wang's face was pale as he came up to Yu Zhong and pleaded, "Leader Yu Zhong, please, you can't kill him. If you do, the relationship between you and us would be irreparable. Please, don't kill him." Han Wang was the most diplomatic person within the VPDC, and he didn't wish to see the VPDC and Yu Zhong's faction to have a irreconcilable enmity. If both parties were to fight, the death count would be high. Yu Zhong eyed the man who can transform into a werewolf and asked, "What's your name?" The werewolf enhancer replied honestly, "I'm called Chen Luo." Yu Zhong pointed at Qian Yi and spoke coldly, "Chen Luo, kill him. From now on, you're my man. Otherwise." Chen Luo's eyes flashed coldly, and he hesitated a while, before gritting his teeth and walked towards Qian Yi. "I'm sorry, young Master Qian. I need to live as well." Qian Yi looked at him with a look of contempt and spat, "Pay! You damned ingrate! One day, you'll be killed by this Chinese dog. I'll go first and wait for you in hell." Chen Luo did not dodge and allowed the spit to land on his body, before he reached out with his huge hands and grabbed Qian Yi's neck. He then quickly twisted. With a loud kacha sound, Qian Yi's neck was broken, and the light in his eyes dimmed. "It's over." Han Wang looked at the dead Qian Yi and his heart fell, knowing that there was no point of return. He looked at Yu Zhong, his face pale, unsure of what was next. Yu Zhong had killed Qian Yi and naturally would not care if he killed Han Wang as well. Han Wang wanted to live. Yu Zhong turned to look at Han Wang, saying indifferently, "Han Wang, go home and tell Qian Ming Sheng. I don't want the VPDC as my enemy, but if they want to provoke me, don't blame me for whatever happens then. Go back." "I will definitely convey your words." Han Wang heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. After Han Wang left, Yu Zhong immediately ordered Chen Luo, "Chen Luo, tell me everything you know about the VPDC." "Yes, leader." Chen Luo had already betrayed the VPDC, and had no burdens on his heart. He began to reveal all the information he knew about the VPDC to Yu Zhong, allowing him to understand the situation. There were a total of 7 leaders within the VPDC, the president being Qian Mingxing. Other than the president, there were 6 vice presidents. They were Chen Shu, Yao Lihua, Fan Shan, Ming Weihe, Mu Xiong, and Gui Jing. Every one of these 7 leaders had at least 1,000 subordinates, each under them, and they were all powerful evolvers in their own right. Chapter 495. Viscous Undercurrents. Chapter 495. Viscous Undercurrents. The VPDC was made up of 7 factions that came together as an alliance, and when they joined forces, they had a troop that was over 10,000 strong. In the Hanoi area, the VPDC was basically the strongest establishment. It was because Qian Yi had such a backing behind him that he became arrogant. He was like this in front of many smaller factions. However, the VPDC had their own issues as well. They had people but a lack of weapons. Even after joining forces, there were only a total of 2,000 rifles and a few other light weapons. The VPDC had a total of 200,000 survivors, but they didn't always have this number. It had grown slowly through countless battles and measures. Hanoi had huge armories and infantry camps, but there were over 3 million zombies there. Any troop that had gone to attempt to break in had been wiped out by the zombies. Other than a lack of weapons, there was the problem of feeding 200,000 people. Hanoi had a huge granary as well, but likewise the problem of zombies was still present. Almost any expert that ventured deep into Hanoi had vanished. A rare few had managed to make it out alive by escaping the moment they saw things beginning to go awry. Without gaining more resources, the resources of the VPDC were getting tighter, and other than the direct subordinates of the 7 main factions, the rest of the survivors were already in a state of starvation. There were even cases of cannibalism already. Although many of the experts of the VPDC had been hunting mutant beasts in the forests, not all were simple hunting prey. In the process of the hunts, the VPDC had obtained a decent amount of mutant beast meat, but they had also lost a number of their elite. The VPDC had 10 experts for leaders initially, but 3 of them had met with mishap against a Type 3 mutant beast, and now they were left with 7 leaders. Under such circumstances, the VPDC could only continue to expand outward. Their current enemy was only Yu Zhong. They had no choice. Between Yu Zhong and 3 million zombies, without any proper equipment, the human enemy was easier to deal with. Furthermore, Yu Zhong had clashed with Wei Hong a few times. The VPDC assumed that he must have suffered some setbacks. Therefore, they felt more assured of their advantage. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight it out. After obtaining such information from Chen Luo's mouth, Yu Zhong mulled things over. He immediately transferred another 2 battalions of elite soldiers to be stationed at Taiyuan City. In this winter, a huge deployment had its risk, but guarding a base had its pros. Yu Zhong decided to take things slow, having been always on the move to expand. Collapsing a small establishment of a few hundred people was easy for Yu Zhong to handle single-handedly. However, it was not possible for him to do so against 200,000. Equals 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 equals. There was a meeting room in a county called Yuanfeng County, and the atmosphere within the room was extremely tense. There was a smell of gunpowder as well. A burly man with huge coarse hands stood up to snarl. "I think that we should launch our assault. Wipe out that damn Chinese menace, kill his subordinates, and then chop off his head to be used as our toilet bowl." This man with the crude demeanor was Ming Weihe, and he was the leader of a small triad prior to the apocalypse. His methods were extremely vicious. After the apocalypse set in, he had quickly gathered a number of subordinates and became a small-time warlord. Chen Shu became silent before rejecting the suggestion. "No way. The fact that Yu Zhong could swallow Taiyuan City and Lang Sun City means that his power is not to be underestimated. If we want to take down Taiyuan, we will need to deploy a huge number of troops. It would be too risky. We don't even know what he's capable of, or what his trump cards are. If we just charge ahead, the chances of success are obviously too low. Yao Lihua's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Then we're just going to let this slide? Yu Zhong, that bastard, killed our envoy. If we don't do anything, our subordinates are going to walk. Mu Xiong, what do you make of it? Mu Xiong's face revealed a savage expression as he growled. Yu Zhong has to die. He killed so many of our countrymen, we cannot let such a bastard roam free. Yu Zhong had unleashed his fury on a number of Vietnamese, and the news had spread far and wide. Every single one of the 7 leaders of the VPDC did not see Yu Zhong in a favorable light. There were even a few that were filled with intense hatred. Gui Jing chipped in coldly. Yu Zhong dares to kill our VPDC people, he must die. If we're to eliminate him, I'm willing to be the vanguard. Mu Xiong also joined in loudly. If it's fighting Yu Zhong, I'm also willing to be the vanguard. Yu Zhong had his reasons for killing those Vietnamese, however. The fact that over 10,000 Vietnamese had died at his hands held true. These Vietnamese hated him to the core, and the moment there was a chance to kill him, they leapt at it. Qian Mingxing eyed everyone coolly, before asking Yao Lihua, Yao Lihua, your thoughts? He maintained a deadpan expression. I feel that we should negotiate properly with him. He managed to win against a prickly foe like Wien Hong. Just this alone shows that he's not simple. If we forcefully launch an assault, we might not win. There's one more factor, which is the weather. If we were to deploy our troops, and they were to meet a snowstorm, there's the possibility of our entire army being wiped. Hearing his assessment, the rest of the leaders sunk into their own thoughts. The thing they were most afraid of was for their army to face treacherous elements of nature. It would be a catastrophic blow to the morale. Because of the strange weather, there had been a number of hailstorms over Vietnam. Each time, there would be numerous Vietnamese survivors that succumbed. The most serious was when a snowstorm during a hunting expedition, causing 300 experts to freeze. Half of them had died. If such a situation were to occur again in the event of their deployment, then before even taking down Yu Zhong, they would be the one to die first. Qian Mingxing revealed a good-natured laugh. I've solved the issue of the weather. Mr. Enright, please come in. The doors to the meeting room opened, and the diplomatic envoy from the Kingdom of God, Enright, came walking in with a warm smile, speaking in Vietnamese. How do you do, everyone? I'm the diplomatic relations officer from the Kingdom of God, and I am pleased to meet you. Seeing the appearance of this envoy from the Kingdom of God, the gazes of the other 6 fell upon Qian Mingxing. He chuckled lightly and said, The Kingdom of God has given us accurate data about the weather through their satellites. Furthermore, they have decided to assist us with 2,000 rifles, 30,000 rounds of ammunition, 50 heavy machine guns, 50 cannons, 100 RPGs, and a 1,000 RPG rounds. For real! Hearing those words, the other leaders became excited. If the Kingdom of God were to really provide them with the aforementioned equipment, then their combat ability would increase dramatically. Mu Xiong immediately responded passionately, President, I want 500 rifles, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 heavy machine guns, 10 cannons, 20 RPGs. My Chongqing army will take the vanguard role. Gui Jing snorted coldly. Humph. Mu Xiong, just you alone and you want 25% of the equipment, your appetite is too big, eh? Mu Xiong scolded. Fuck. If you're willing to be the vanguard, I will definitely not have any issues with you taking those equipment. Gui Jing immediately replied. Fine. My Wanxing army is willing to take on this responsibility. We want 25% of the resources. In this world, military might and ration were the most sought after. With regards to men, as long as one had enough rations, it would be easy to recruit a number of people. Gui Jing was not afraid of losing men, as long as his core brothers did not die. He could easily regain the same amount of help. Ming Wei He's eyes also flashed with an intense glint. I'm willing to be the vanguard. Give the 25% to me. For the sake of the allocation of resources, the leaders of the VPDC soon got embroiled in a heated discussion. Enright's face was still wearing a smile as he watched the commotion, although he laughed coldly in his heart. A bunch of ignorant monkeys. Just a little amount of firepower and it's enough for you to squabble like that. You guys are at most fit to be a pawn of our kingdom of God. Yao Lihua did not participate in the argument, instead he kept silent before asking Enright, Mr. Enright, since the kingdom of God is actively providing us with aid, what are your conditions? Within this meeting hall, only Qian Mingsheng and Yao Lihua did not participate in the bid for resources. Hearing his words, the rest who were still arguing immediately quietened down and looked towards Enright. Having undergone many years of development, the Vietnamese had seen their fair share of things. They also knew that the foreigners could not be trusted, and not a single foreign establishment was foolish. In a world where rations and military resources were treasured items, the Kingdom of God had actually taken the initiative to provide aid. There was definitely a catch. Seems like there's a monkey that can think. Enright gazed at Yao Lihua and chuckled lightly. General Yao, Yu Zhong has gone back on his agreement with the Kingdom of God, and has breached our trust, even attacked our people. The enmity between us is deep, and the Kingdom of God shares the same enemy as you. Enright continued. In order to respect the sovereignty of Vietnam, it's not right for the Kingdom of God to deploy our troops just like that. Hence, we can only offer to work together with you guys to wipe out Yu Zhong, who is an invader, and a butcher who has killed thousands of innocent people. Of course, our Kingdom of God has a little request, that is that we seek the protection of the VPDC with regards to our fellow people here in Vietnam. At the same time, we hope to establish a partnership with you guys, where both sides get to trade on equal footing. Chapter 496, The VPDC Attacks. Chapter 496, The VPDC Attacks. Hearing the explanation from Enright, the leaders present got an understanding. They had known about Yu Zhong viciously backstabbing the Kingdom of God, causing them to suffer greatly, hence the hatred was understandable. They also thought that the free trade was the true goal of the Kingdom of God. However, the VPDC did require free trade as well. If they engage in trades with the Kingdom of God, then they could quickly expand in this world. Hearing Enright's explanation, the leaders began arguing over the distribution of the resources again. In this world, strength was everything. Qian Mingsheng could be the president was precisely because he commanded the strongest troops in the VPDC. Yao Lihua's eyebrows arched before he frowned and sunk back into silence. He couldn't help feeling that something felt off. Enright's face was wearing a smile, but he chuckled coldly in his heart. Bunch of fools, please die for us first. The Kingdom of God kept their word and quickly delivered the promised firepower to the VPDC. After obtaining the military resources and distributing them to their respective units, they began to deploy their troops towards Taing Nguyen City. The VPDC were anxious as the pressure to feed 280,000 was weighing on them. Even supporting their own troops was starting to cause strain. It would at most last for another month. They had two choices, one of which was to obtain some form of ration trade with Yu Zhong, the other, to defeat him entirely and obtain everything of his. Otherwise, Yu Zhong didn't need to act, and they would already start to collapse because of the shortage of food. On the road from Hanoi to Taing Nguyen City, 3 soldiers were currently concealed within a forest while observing the road. One of the soldiers continued watching, pulled out a can of meat and handed it to ferocious-looking soldier. "Captain, do you want some?" When the captain saw the can of meat, His eyes lit up. He immediately received it and took a piece of meat which stuffed it in his mouth. Type 2 mutant beast meat. Old Wang, you sure have your ways. So much good stuff. The Type 2 beast meat cans were manufactured out of the various Type 2 mutant beasts. Ordinary survivors seldom get the chance to savor it. The Type 2 mutant beast meat could replenish energy, and most ordinary soldiers would find themselves in tip-top condition after eating it. The captain relished the entire can of meat and wiped his mouth. That hit the spot. Look at you. This can of meat is mine. But I'll help you find a lady. Follow the leader in his ways. What will we be short of? I already have 3 Vietnamese women. If you want, I can gift you one, as long as you can take care of her. Old Wang was instantly interested. Really? The captain replied smugly. But of course! In the whole of Lang Son, your father, I had personally killed 3 Vietnamese bastards. As a reward, the higher-ups have given me 3 Vietnamese women. However, if my salary wasn't high, I really would not be able to take care of them. In this apocalyptic world, due to conflicts breaking out often, there was an imbalance of men and women. Furthermore, Yu Zhong did not follow any monogamous practices, and allowed men to have many wives. Old Wang looked at his captain with a look of envy. He also wished to have a woman to warm his bed. Another soldier called out in a solemn voice, "Captain, there's a development." "What?" The captain immediately withdrew his joking manner and smug look, becoming tense as he instantly went into alert mode, surveying the scene. He saw that a huge army was currently marching towards Tainguin, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. What an army! From the numbers, the army was about 70,000 strong, and to a zombie horde, it wasn't much, but to a human enemy, this was an army to be feared. The captain retreated from the forest stealthily and reported his findings with a walkie-talkie. They actually deployed in such weather, their guts are big. Yu Zhong sighed upon receiving this news and immediately began his preparations for retaliation. The survivors within Tainguin were ushered into their own homes, and simple fortifications were constructed. A number of soldiers stationed at various defense points, and the cannon teams also went on standby, awaiting orders from Yu Zhong. The entire Tainguin city was riled up in preparation for war, awaiting to bear its fangs. The march of the VPDC was extremely slow. Only after traveling for an entire day did they finally reach the frontier of Tainguin. After arriving, Qian Mingsheng and the other 6 leaders of the VPDC observed Tainguin silently from their command center. Mu Xiong's eyes lit up with a burning gaze as he spoke. "President, let me be the vanguard." "No. Let the foreign battalion go first." Qian Mingsheng shook his head immediately. Soon, a soldier began rushing towards Tainguin. "Don't fire! I'm Chinese! Save me! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Please! Don't shoot! I'm Chinese!" The foreign battalion was made up of many Chinese who were dressed raggedly, and had people of different age and gender. They wielded huge knives as they ran, and have been forced on this path of desperation. Behind them, there was the Vietnamese troop that threatened to kill them if they dared to stop. At the same time, there were many VPDC experts mixed in with the foreign battalion. As long as these experts made it into Yu Zhong's base, they would be able to unleash carnage and kill Yu Zhong soldiers. Although the VPDC had lack of firepower, they had truly cultivated a few experts under extreme circumstances during hunting, and the number of these experts was not little. Qian Mingsheng eyed Tainguin coldly. "I'll watch how you handle this." Forcing the people of his enemy's country to attack their own people. This was a common tactic used by Genghis Khan in the past, and it was extremely cruel, yet effective. The moment the kingdom was unwilling to kill these citizens, then those Mongols who were hiding within the crowd would seize the chance to attack the city. Many a stronghold had been brought down like that. After the apocalypse, society had collapsed, there were no more relationships between countries, so the Earth was no more a global society. Instead, it had fractured, and everything was as though it was before the era of navigation. At each corner, for the sake of living space and resources, humans would do anything, and employ any means to get what they want. Seeing the Chinese charging over, the Chinese soldiers felt their resolve starting to crumble. These were their countrymen. Yu Zhong immediately barked out loud, "Those who are Chinese, get down and don't move." Beezed him, an enhancer made use of the Wu soundwave transmission ability to send his words across the battlefield. "Get down! Get down! Quick, get down!" The Chinese soldiers in Taiyuan City began hollering out. They knew the next order from their leader. After hearing those words, some Chinese chose to immediately dive to the ground, some seemed to hesitate, while some continued to run towards Taiyuan. The Vietnamese behind them were simply too terrifying. "Open fire!" Yu Zhong eyed the 2,000 people still running towards the city, and barked coldly. He had already achieved a huge standing amongst his military, and even though many Chinese soldiers could not agree with his orders, they still obeyed, and began firing out lines of fire. Faced with that devastating line of fire, many of the Chinese survivors that were still running, as well as the Vietnamese experts hidden amongst them, were instantly torn in shreds by the rain of bullets. With the sweeping fire, many of the Chinese survivors began to wake up and quickly dove to the ground, not daring to move at all. After just a single volley of fire, there was no one alive left standing. The remaining Vietnamese experts had also laid on the ground together with the Chinese survivors, not daring to move. What a vicious fellow! He truly deserves his moniker as the Tyrant. Qian Mingxing watched how easily the foreign battalion had collapsed and had a bad premonition. However, the arrow had left the bow, and if the army were to just retreat like that, within 10 days their own VPDC would be the one to collapse. "Mu Xiong, go and launch an assault." Qian Mingxing turned to Mu Xiong and ordered. "Yes, President." Mu Xiong replied, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Soon, a force of over 6,000 people came marching out from the VPDC's camp. They were subordinates of Mu Xiong. He had initially started off with about 1,300 subordinate. However, through his glib tongue and attractive words, he had easily gained another 4,700 men. If it wasn't for the insufficient food, he could even recruit 10,000 without an issue. He shouted loudly to raise the morale. "Brothers, that Yu Zhong hiding in Taiyuan has killed over 10,000 of our brethren. He's a butcher and a demon. Now's the time to avenge them. I hereby announce, whoever is the first to breach Taiyuan, I will present to him a full set of equipment. Not only that, I will raise that person till level 30, as well as award 1,000 jin of rice and 5 beauties. His rank will also increase by 3 ranks. On top of all this, he will get 3 days off. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Under Mu Xiong's encouragement, the 5,000 soldiers became feverish, and they charged headlong towards Taiyuan. Chapter 497 Probing Attack. Chapter 497 Probing Attack. The 5,000-strong Vietnamese troop lacked firearms. Most were just equipped with hacking knives. There were even some wielding vegetable knives. However, they were already forced by the harsh circumstances, and they could only forge on ahead. These soldiers wanted training but lacked training, wanted weapons but lacked weapons as well. All they had was their fiery passion and a brutal killing intent towards their enemies. Yu Zhong watched these incoming Vietnamese troops and ordered coldly, "Open fire!" The moment those 5,000 soldiers entered the range of Taiyuan, countless bullets began firing, and in the rain of bullets, many of them were immediately killed and fell to the ground. Seeing their comrades dropping like dumplings, many of the warriors instantly lost their composure and fled, wailing in misery and fear. With the retreat of those soldiers, what left as a 5,000-strong troop returned as a 3,000-odd group, with over 1,000 casualties lying on the battlefield. In front of Thanh Nguyen, there were Vietnamese soldiers lying on the ground with various degrees of injuries, screaming or moaning. Mu Xiong came up to Chien Ming Sheng with a look of regret, saying, "President, I've failed. That Yu Zhong is truly capable." In truth, Mu Xiong's actual troops had not been activated yet. Those who had died were soldiers he had just recruited. Seeing the strong firepower of Thanh Nguyen, Mu Xiong had felt his balls shrink, and did not dare deploy his core strength. The direct subordinates of the 7 leaders were the core strength. They would not casually send them out. If their troops were wiped out, then their position would instantly plummet. Gui Jing remarked sarcastically, "Mu Xiong, how come you didn't send your direct troops? How is this considered a storm? Giving those supplies to you was truly a waste." Mu Xiong rolled his eyes and retorted, "Then you can have the resources. Go take your own troops and charge." Chien Ming-shing frowned and barked, "Stop quarreling." Gui Jing and Mu Xiong immediately quietened down, but they still glared daggers at each other. Chien Ming-shing was faced with a headache. The total number of people he brought was 80,000. However, the number that could actually fight was only about 10,000. Those with guns numbered 4,000. It was the first time he was actually commanding such a huge operation. Facing Yu Zhong, who had decided to sit defensively inside Thanh Nguyen, he could not think of any better ideas. He hesitated a while, before turning to the military advisor sent by the Kingdom of God, Roman, and asked, "Mr. Roman, do you have any suggestions?" Roman immediately gave his recommendation. "General Chien, I think that with your combat strength, you should launch a frontal assault with all your troops. At the same time, assemble all the high-level enhancers and form a storm team as the core, which will focus on breaching Thanh Nguyen and unleashing their abilities then. Only then, you guys will have a chance of success." Chien Ming-sheng wasn't a military genius or tactician. After hearing the suggestion, he mulled a while before ordering Mu Xiong, "Mu Xiong, go bring your direct troops to launch another assault. I will distribute 500 rifles, 70,000 rounds, 20 cannons and 20 RPGs to you." "Yes." Mu Xiong gritted his teeth and replied after thinking. 500 rifle-wielding Vietnamese soldiers began edging towards Thanh Nguyen carefully. This time, as they engaged in a gunfight, the Vietnamese soldiers sought for cover before firing from afar. At the same time, a number of cannons began firing at Thanh Nguyen. These Vietnamese did not storm the front, and Yu Zhong's troops were also behind cover in Thanh Nguyen as they fired their own weapons. On the field, there were sounds of explosions and bullets, but neither side had suffered heavy losses. If it was a fistfight or physical clash, the results would be revealed extremely quickly. However, if they remained in a gunfight for so long, then they would just be expending their ammo wastefully, and the fight would come to a stalemate. A Vietnamese soldier had just stuck his head out when his brains were instantly blasted apart by a bullet. When the gunfight had reached a stalemate, Yu Zhong had deployed 15 snipers, and they were like grim reapers, collecting the lives of many unfortunate Vietnamese soldiers. The moment the 15 snipers entered the fray, the Vietnamese soldiers were totally suppressed, and they didn't dare stick their heads out, choosing instead to fire wildly. The efficiency is too low. Yu Zhong eyed the Vietnam soldiers hiding and frowned, before ordering White Bones, "Go take them down." Although the Vietnamese soldiers were suppressed and forced to hide, by remaining behind their covers, there was no chance for Yu Zhong's superior firepower to be effective. Upon receiving that order, White Bones' demonic eyes flashed, and it leapt down the wall, charging towards the soldiers like a tank. Seeing it approach, many Vietnamese took the risk to stick their heads out and fire at it. White Bones danced about in the rain of bullets, reaching their location in barely 10 seconds. Its bone blades shot out constantly, piercing numerous soldiers and pinning them to the ground. As it lunged into the midst of the more than 400 soldiers, it was like a tiger slaughtering lambs. It leapt up a huge stone, and instantly fired 5 bone spikes out to pierce the heads of the Vietnamese soldiers entrenched behind it. Go to hell! Go to hell! 6 agility-based enhancers appeared, as they charged at White Bones while firing wildly. A dense barrage of bullets enveloped it, leaving no way to retreat. White Bones did not bother to dodge. In fact, as the bullets struck it, they just created loud sparks, ricocheting off. It raised its hand, and another 6 bone spikes shot out, piercing the heads of the agility-based enhancers. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. It then swung forcefully, throwing the corpses of the 6 enhancers to one side. After casually taking down 11 Vietnamese soldiers, White Bones disappeared from its location and appeared beside a particular soldier, slicing his throat. With White Bones rampaging about the Vietnamese soldier's location, blood sprayed everywhere. Not a single soldier was a match against it. Each time its bone blade flashed, a corpse would be left behind. After killing over 100 Vietnamese soldiers, they had begun to collapse, and ran away from their cover towards the back. Yu Zhong's snipers took the chance to gun them down one by one. White Bones maintained its assault and pursuit for a long time, before retreating. The VPDC had many experts after all, and even if White Bones was stronger than most of them, it would fall under a joint attack. It already possessed intelligence and could judge the situation for itself. Shit! Shit! Damn bastard! Mu Xiong watched his subordinates running back in terror, his eyes bloodshot. He had sent out 500 soldiers, and now, only 278 returned, the rest having perished on the battlefield. This loss was a huge blow to him, and he was filled with fury and regret. Mu Xiong didn't really care if he lost 1,000 or even 2,000 ordinary survivors. However, those 222 soldiers were elites that he had trained up. With their deaths, his power was diminished by about 1/6. The rest of the leaders watched the retreat of Mu Xiong's subordinates quietly, their hearts overwhelmed with a pressure. These soldiers were the elites among the VPDC, but they had barely held out for 2 hours and were sent into collapse. A bad feeling arose in their hearts. Many began to regret, feeling that they should have gone for proper negotiations. However, after having finally gotten a taste of Yu Zhong's might, while many were feeling regret, not a single one mentioned retreating. They knew that this battle concerned the life and death of the VPDC. The moment they lost, they would collapse on the spot. Gui Jing frowned and came up to Qian Mingxing. What now, President? All the leaders of the VPDC looked towards Qian Mingxing, awaiting this leader of theirs to give the next order. They might have some form of conflicts amongst one another, but in such a critical juncture, they could only rely on Qian Mingxing. Qian Mingxing saluted everywhere as he ordered solemnly, "Convey my order. Everyone is to make their preparations. The whole army will launch an assault on Tainguin. We can only press forwards, no retreat. They might have strong firepower, but we have powerful enhancers as well. As long as we get close, it will all be ours. Every one of you will pass me 30 experts that are over level 30, I will lead them to breach from the right. This will be our final stand. For the sake of our Vietnam, I'm pleading everybody here." "Yes. Got it. I'll settle it now." All the leaders were riled up by his impassioned speech, and responded resoundingly. Roman's face wore an emotional smile, but he was laughing at them inwardly. Bunch of ignorant bumpkins. They're not even going to leave any reserve forces. If this charge were to fail, they'll really lose everything. Forget it, they're not military men after all. Having done up to this point, guess I'll give it to them. They do have some capable experts, maybe they can help wear down part of Yu Zhong's strength. Under Qian Mingxing's orders, the 70,000-strong army began to move, and they charged towards Tying Nguyen like a river that broke through a dam, looking extremely desperate to escape its bonds. Chapter 498. Crushing Defeat of the VPDC. Chapter 498. Crushing Defeat of the VPDC. Yu Zhong eyed the sea of soldiers charging towards Tying Nguyen, and he laughed coldly. The hasty dogs have leapt. This sort of swarm tactic during a critical juncture usually spelled the end of that army's position in history. In the face of the fiery net created by the mass firing of bullets, whoever came would be shot dead. Humans were different from zombies. As long as any part of their bodies were hit, they would lose a huge part of their combat strength. Fire! With the assault of the 70,000 Vietnamese, Yu Zhong ordered coldly. At almost the same instant, the numerous defense points began spewing out lines of fire. The barrage of bullets rained onto the battlefield, drawing blood from a massive number of soldiers, who fell like wheat being reaped. Seeing their comrades die, the originally low morale of the soldiers who were charging began to crumble, and some turned around to retreat. Mu Xiong's eyes were bloodshot as he immediately executed his fellow countrymen who retreated. No escaping! Charge! You guys better charge! Whoever tries to escape, I'll execute you. For Vietnam, we must charge. The direct subordinates of the 7 leaders had become some form of enforcement, forcing the newly recruited soldiers to continue their assault towards Tying Nguyen. The newly recruited soldiers were just fulfilling the roles of cannon fodder, drawing away the massive firepower. Following the cruel sounds of gunfire, some of the soldiers who tried to retreat were killed on the spot. In front was death, behind was also death. Trapped between two extremes, these Vietnamese were helpless. In the end, driven by desperation, they could only continue forward. Yu Zhong eyed the last-ditch attempt by these Vietnamese soldiers and praised silently. Fierce! The moment the Vietnamese were forced to a breaking point, they would become extremely violent and aggressive. In the past, even though they had the support of China and the Soviet Union in fighting the war in the north, if they didn't have the ability, they would not have been able to survive against the more advanced and powerful American troop. When those Vietnamese had become fierce, even the women and children were fearsome warriors. However, regardless of courage or bloodlust, flesh and blood were not a match against metal bullet. With the dense barrage of bullets, a large number of the soldiers fell in their own pools of blood. Although they were brave, these were just ordinary people who had not even received any form of training. With the bullets raining upon them, they could only muster a form of courage to face their death. Are those the elite troops of the VPDC? Yu Zhong stood atop a vantage point, observing the entire battlefield, when he suddenly saw a group of soldiers charging towards Tying Nguyen, forcefully blocking the lines of fire. A huge number of bullets fired towards them, only to be forcefully redirected to a side. The troop continued its charge without stopping, not a single one of them suffering an injury. Fools! You're too flashy. Yu Zhong eyed the troops and immediately gave an order to the cannon team that were on standby. Open fire! The self-propelled rocket launchers that were waiting for orders immediately fired upon command, as a volley of rockets rained towards the group of elites. Shit! As the rocket fired into the region, Qian Ming-sheng felt a bad premonition arise, and he immediately activated his second-order ice manipulation ability, causing a thick layer of ice to cover his body. The various experts in the group began to display their abilities, as all sorts of tree walls, barriers, stone slates, wind shields, etc. began to appear. At the next moment, a huge volley of cannons rained down on the group of elites, causing a deafening explosion. The terrifying impact roared out and enveloped the entire space the group was in, destroying everything around it, turning the huge stones that laid about into dust. There were 4 volleys of rocket fire that rained down, and with the constant roars and impacts, everything in that area was decimated, as the resulting shock waves rushed outwards, dusts of clouds covering everything. By the time the dust clouds settled, there was not a single person alive to be seen in that region. Everyone was either dismembered or blasted to unrecognizable pieces. This group of enhancers that were above level 30 were eliminated just like that under the ruthless and merciless volley of rockets, leaving not a single one alive. Before Qian Mingsheng even had the opportunity to reveal his power, he had already perished. Qian Mingsheng is dead. The president is dead. The president is dead. When they saw that the Qian Mingsheng and his troop enveloped by the constant rocket fire, the hearts of the other 6 leaders stopped for a moment. Their subordinates were thrown into chaos. Yu Zhong grabbed the walkie-talkie and ordered, "First Armored Battalion, roll out. 2nd Infantry Battalion, attack." The huge gates of Taiyuan opened, and instantly, an armored force consisting of 20 tanks, 15 IFVs, 40 machine-gun-mounted vehicles came roaring out, covered by an army of infantry soldiers as they charged into the battlefield. The armored force was like a hot knife slicing through butter, as any resistance they met from the Vietnamese soldiers was instantly crushed. They were the kings of the battlefield. As long as it was on a large plain, nothing could withstand their assault. With the pressure from the armored vehicles, the VPDC soldiers that were already suffering from the low morale began to crumble under the pressure. Many threw away their armor and weapons as they tried to run away. Even more threw down their weapons and raised their hands to surrender. Mu Xiong watched the situation unfold, his face ashen as he muttered, "How did it come to this? How did it come to this? We're 70,000 people. How come we lost?" Gui Jing's face was steely. "Quick, let's escape. Otherwise, we're all going to become Yu Zhong's captives." Yao Lihua had already brought his troops and ran at the first moment of trouble. The moment they lost, they crumbled, and the original strong killing intent was replaced by an urgent fear and scramble for life. Under that chaotic scenario, even though there were a number of enhancers that had some fight left in them were affected, as they begun to escape pathetically, leaving only a handful of ordinary soldiers. Yu Zhong was at first unaware of the magnitude of the situation, hoping to use only one armored battalion and an infantry battalion to charge out, attacking their morale. He never expected that with just a single blow, the entire VPDC fell apart, and he immediately sent out another 2 infantry battalions to round up the captives. After they chased for almost 10 kilometers, Yu Zhong recalled the troops back to Taiyuan. In this battle, he had decimated over 10,000 Vietnamese and captured over 40,000 Vietnamese soldiers. He had suffered about 45 casualties on his own side, and these were a result of the counterattack from the Vietnamese that were being chased. The training, experience, and equipment of the VPDC were vastly outclassed by Yu Zhong's. If Yu Zhong had been the one to attack the VPDC, they might have been able to cause him some damage. However, the moment they decided to launch the assault, it spelled their downfall. After destroying the VPDC, Yu Zhong's troops began to clean up the battlefield. On the battlefield, all the injured Vietnamese soldiers would be killed by a strike. Even the corpses were not spared, just to be sure. In this apocalyptic world, rations and medicine were rare resources. Yu Zhong could not afford to waste such precious resources on the enemy. He would only spare his stock for his own people. The corpses of Yu Zhong's soldiers were then collected together and set on fire, before their ashes were kept. If the situation called for it, they would not be abandoned, otherwise they had to be treated this way as a form of respect. As for their enemies, the corpses were given to lightning and its little brothers as food. The mutant beasts had to eat as well after all. The 40,000 VPDC soldiers were directly sentenced to become slaves, and had to slog for the city. After destroying the main force of the VPDC, Yu Zhong began entertaining a thought. Shall I launch an assault on their main base? Yu Zhong pondered a while before ultimately abandoning that line of thought. First, although the VPDC had fallen, he had not fully eliminated them. There was still some remnant force somewhere. Second, if he wanted to eradicate the entire group, he would have to deploy his troops. The moment the weather turned for the worse, his forces might be wiped by nature. Third, with the current predicament of the VPDC, there was no need for him to act and they would still collapse on their own. Fourth, his intention was still to expand towards Guangxi, not Vietnam. With the VPDC acting as a barrier for the 4 million zombies over at Hanoi, it was slightly less of a pressure for him. On the other side, the remaining 6 leaders had managed to escape to a small town of about 50 li out of Tai Nguyen, before heaving a sigh of relief. However, the current VPDC had only about 4,000 soldiers left, and they were the direct subordinates of the 6 leaders. The rest of the riffraff had already disappeared. Yao Lihua turned to the rest of the 5 leaders and spoke. The president is already dead. What shall we do now? Let's hear it from everybody. Chapter 499, Turmoil. Chapter 499 Turmoil. Mu Xiong's expression was savage as he bellowed in rage. Let's bring our men and fight it out with Yu Zhong. Mu Xiong was a high-level evolver and his strength was overbearing. However, he had muscles for brains and only knew how to fight. Ming Wei he frowned and rejected. No way! Without enough firepower, even if we bring more men, we would not be a match for that devil. It was not like in ancient times. Tactics to do with overwhelming numbers were useless in the face of modern weaponry. Today's battle had opened the VPDC's eyes to the true might of Yu Zhong. Without sufficient firepower, they would only die if they continued to clash against Yu Zhong with their current strength. Gui Jing's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke slowly. We have been defeated this time. Right now, the best thing we can do is to retreat quickly and split up. Gui Jing's suggestion was to disband the VPDC. Right now, they had lost their troops, and were still facing a problem of food shortage. If they each went their own way, there might be a higher chance of survival. Of course, this choice was the cruelest choice as well. It was not easy to find sufficient rations to feed over 100,000 people. Furthermore, the mutant beasts in the forests are not targets to be casually provoked. They knew very well that should the VPDC really disband and went their own way, out of those 100,000 survivors, only a handful would survive. It must be made clear that even hiding in the city, a single snowstorm could already claim the lives of over thousands of people. By hiding in the forests, things might become much worse, unless they were fortunate enough to discover a hiding place that can shelter them from the adverse weather conditions as well. Chen Shu mulled over silently, before raising his head and spoke resolutely. No way, that option will cause many of our countrymen to die. These are our comrades. We can't give up on them so easily. Fan Shan had been silent all this while, as he observed the rest of the leaders, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. Gui Jing countered. Then what do we do about the rations issue? Are you going to find rations for them? Do you have the capability to find that much rations? As long as you can give a solution, I'll support you. You! Chen Shu glared at Gui Jing, before he snorted and kept quiet. The ration issue was truly vexing. If it wasn't for it, the VPDC wouldn't have rashly launched an assault against Yu Zhong. They were truly in shortage of food. This time, Fan Shan, who had been keeping quiet, suggested, "Let's negotiate with Yu Zhong. What do you guys think?" When Mu Xiong heard Yu Zhong's name, his face instantly contorted in fury and he yelled out, "No! Not a chance. Yu Zhong is a butcher that had slaughtered our fellow countrymen. He's the devil. We can cooperate with anyone but him. Fan Shan, are you intending to betray our country and its citizens?" Gui Jing spoke up with a strange face. "I was just wondering how was it that our VPDC was defeated so tragically. Seems like there was a traitor within our midst." Ming Wei He's face turned steely as he barked. "Fan Shan, are you able to face our comrades who died? How can we bow to that invader? Are you really intending to betray your country? Chen Shu seemed as though he wanted to speak, but seeing the tense atmosphere from Mu Xiong and the other two, he decided to keep quiet. The 6 leaders of the VPDC were all powerful evolvers, even if they hide in the forest, as long as they didn't meet any overpowered Type 3 mutant beasts or those with special abilities, they would not die. Of course, the woods were still less safe than the city. Fan Shan's face didn't change, but he replied woodenly, "Since you guys are not in favor, forget it." Yao Lihua tried to mediate. "Leave it, guys. Everyone's just thinking for our country and people." Right at this time, 5 Vietnamese soldiers rushed into the meeting hall with urgent expressions. "Leader, we have something to report." Gui Jing and 4 other leaders were momentarily distracted by the entrance of those 5 soldiers. At that instant, Yao Lihua's pupils constricted, as he pulled out a handgun and fired at Mu Xiong, not before casting his ability, the Strengthened Bullet. A bullet carrying a terrifying force blasted Mu Xiong's head apart, killing this high-level evolver instantly. At the other side, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in Fan Shan's right hand, and he activated his second order, high-speed movement, his entire person flashing like a shadow. He appeared in front of Ming Wei He, and slashed at his throat instantly. "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Gui Jing was after all forged through countless battles, and was an endurance and strength dual attribute evolver. He was in shock and fury, immediately activating his second order, turtle shell body, turning his skin into a thick, hardened layer that looked like a turtle's shell. With its protection, Gui Jing's body could withstand even the impact from a 25mm cannon round. At the same time, his immense strength could allow him to blow apart a head with just his fist. Amongst the 7 leaders of the VPDC, he was the strongest in physical damage. At this time, the 5 soldiers that had rushed in turned on Gui Jing. Gui Jing's fist exploded on one of the soldiers' body, causing that soldier to instantly suffer a huge hole in his body. Gui Jing then flung his hand, tossing the corpse of the soldier towards the other 4. Yao Lihua prepared an enhanced bullet as he spoke to Qin Shu. "Qin Shu, our targets are Gui Jing, Mu Xiong and Ming Wei He. For the sake of our VPDC and the lives of our 100,000 countrymen, please lend us a hand." A number of enhanced bullets blasted on Gui Jing's toughened body, causing a number of bloody holes. Even with his second order, turtle shell body, it could not fully withstand the might of the enhanced bullet. At the same time, Fan Shan was flitting without stop, the dagger in his hands slashing towards Gui Jing in unpredictable movements. So far he managed to cause sewn white scars, but not actually injuring him. To agility-based experts, those with high defenses were their bane. They had to maintain a high level of vigilance towards them. The moment they were not careful, they would be caught in their grasps, and might be easily taken down in a single move. Gui Jing surveyed his surroundings for a moment before making a dash for the exit. He wanted to leave the place and escape from this massacre. The 4 Vietnamese soldiers charged at him, intending to impede him. Gui Jing's fist landed on one of them, causing his head to be smashed like a watermelon. He then grabbed another soldier and ripped him apart casually. Blood and inner organs splattered onto the floor. He then lashed out with a kick at one more soldier, sending the soldier flying like a cannonball into a wall. While Gui Jing was slaughtering those ordinary soldiers, Yao Lihua continued to fire his enhanced bullets without stop, causing a number of wounds. He eyed Gui Jing about to run out of the hall and shouted, "Chen Shu, are you not going to act?" Hearing that enraged shout, Chen Shu sighed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, as he activated his second order, gravity manipulation. Instantly, a gravity of 8-fold enveloped Gui Jing, causing him to sink. Yao Lihua immediately seized the opportunity, his eyes narrowing, and he expended a huge amount of spirit and stamina to cast enhanced bullets, firing once at Gui Jing. With a flash, a terrifying bullet shot towards Gui Jing's heart. Gui Jing tried his best to shift his body, but under that eightfold gravity, his movements were impeded. In the end, the powerful bullet penetrated his heart, tearing a huge blood wound in his chest. His entire body knocked into the wall behind. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, before his eyes turned dim. Seeing Gui Jing dead, Yao Lihua finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had a complicated look in his eyes as he gazed at the corpses. Early the next morning, a jeep came to the entrance of Taiyuan City. "Halt! Get out of your vehicle!" A soldier stationed at the entrance stepped forward to block the jeep. 6 people stepped out of the jeep, 2 men and 4 women. The leader was Yao Lihua. The other male was a young bodyguard. 2 of the women stood beside Yao Lihua. One was about 18 or 19, her skin was fair and flawless, her hair thick and lush. Her figure was extremely sexy. While it might not be explosively voluptuous, she was curvy in the right places. She had a demeanor that would cause most men to go crazy. The other young lady was about 11 or 12, and she had snow-white skin, and looks that were extremely adorable. Yao Lihua spoke kindly towards the soldier. "I am one of the leaders of the VPDC, Yao Lihua. Today, I'm here to seek an audience with leader Yu Zhong. Please relay the message." "Wait here." The soldier reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the beautiful young woman and walked towards Taiyuan City. Soon, Bai Shaoxing came out from Taiyuan. He had a look of greed as he saw the alluring woman, before speaking indifferently to Yao Lihua. "Come with me." Chapter 500 Negotiating Survival. Chapter 500 Negotiating Survival. Yao Lihua assessed Bai Shaoxing and his party, only to note that Bai Shaoxing and his men were exuding a strong killing intent. At the same time, he could faintly feel that every single one of them were a threat to him. His heart immediately sunk. Yu Zhong was truly hiding his power to think he has so many experts under his command. At first, Yao Lihua had assumed that Yu Zhong only had the might of military firepower with him, and were lacking in experts. He was still feeling slightly haughty, that while Yu Zhong may have the firepower, the VPDC had the experts. The moment he saw Bai Shaoxing and the 30 experts of level 40 and above, what little arrogance he had left immediately vanished. Yao Lihua entered Taiyuan and was immediately treated to a sight of work being carried out on various sites, as a number of heavy machine guns defended the main roads and transport channels. A number of soldiers exuding a palpable fierce aura were coldly observing the people nearby. It was the first time he had seen such elite soldiers with proper bearing. There were many experts in the VPDC that could hold their own against mutant beasts, but they were lacking in conduct and bearing compared to Yu Zhong's troop. Seeing the tight and heavy defenses, Yao Lihua sighed softly in his heart. Truly, he is someone we could not have hoped to win against. With the VPDC's strength, forcefully trying to assail Taiyuan would just result in death. Both parties had a huge difference in their might, and Yao Lihua was made clear of that fact once again. Under Bai Shaoxing's lead, Yao Lihua and his party came to Yu Zhong. Inside the room, Mu Xiangling was decked in a neat green military uniform, looking suave and charming. She served tea to Yu Zhong as well as Yao Lihua's party, before sitting down beside Yu Zhong. At the same time, Ming Jiajia was sitting on the other side, also dressed in military uniform. However, her expression was one of displeasure. "His taste is abnormal. Looks like the rumors are true." Yao Lihua had a strange look as he gazed at the 2 Lolas. Yu Zhong took up the cup and sipped it quietly, before looking at Yao Lihua and directly confirming Yao Lihua's identity. "Yao Lihua, one of the VPDC's 7 leaders. What brings you here? Unless memory is failing me, you guys just tried to invade a couple of days ago. Now you're shamelessly appearing in front of me. What do you want?" "Leader Yu Zhong, as to the matters previously, I apologize sincerely. on behalf of the VPDC, allow me to express our sincere apologies." He stood up and bowed, keeping his head lowered. Inwardly, Yao Lihua was no different from his comrades, in that he wanted to tear this butcher in front of him into pieces. However, he had no choice but to bow because he was too weak. Too weak. In the past, when they were facing the Westerners, even after winning the war, they had to lower their heads and compensate. It was because they were too weak and had no cards to play nor rights to bargain. Yao Lihua kept his head lowered as he spoke solemnly. "On account of the friendship between China and Vietnam, please aid us by providing 10,000 tons of rations. We're begging you. As long as you provide that aid, the Vietnamese will never forget the goodwill you have shown us, and we will be your most loyal ally." The Chinese cared about their face, and Yao Lihua felt that he had appealed to their better nature. When China had suffered in the past, and its people finding it hard to survive, China had still used its own resources to support Vietnam. They had cared about their face and image as the magnanimous big brother, that a little ration wouldn't count for much. Yu Zhong's gaze turned chilly instantly as he released a huge killing intent that enveloped the whole room. "Just an apology and you expect it to be swept under the carpet? What about the soldiers I've lost? An apology must be sincere. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind heading over in a month's time to wipe you out. Since I dare to kill 10,000, another 20,000 isn't an issue." With that billowing killing intent, Yao Lihua's expression fell, and a hint of fear arose as he was affected directly. As for the youthful bodyguard, he took 3 steps back, before falling onto the ground with an expression of horror. The long-haired beauty beside Yao Lihua became extremely pale, and her entire body was trembling. As for the young Vietnamese lowly, she was frightened and began bawling. The moment that cute pixie-like girl started crying, Yu Zhong's killing intent was doused slightly, allowing everyone to recover slightly from the fury that reached one's bones. Yu Zhong reclined back on the sofa and sat quietly, staring coldly at Yao Lihua. Although he actually didn't have the intention to deploy his troops, he didn't mind using it as a threat. Yao Lihua's back was drenched in perspiration. The pressure that Yu Zhong emitted was at least 10 times that of Qian Mingsheng. He kept his silence for a long while as he collected his thoughts, before replying carefully. "I apologize, Leader Yu Zhong. At our VPDC, we have 300 Chinese beauties. We're willing to return them to appease your anger." In their attempt to breach Taiyuan, the VPDC had deployed many Chinese as cannon fodder. However, the good-looking ladies were kept back at their base. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed in anger as he threatened, "They are our people in the first place. Returning them is the natural thing to do. If you want to appease me, return them. On top of that, send 500 Vietnamese beauties over, of which 100 must be virgins. If you don't consent, I can lead my troops and do so myself. At that time, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Yao Lihua immediately agreed profusely. Okay. I promise you." If Yu Zhong really brought his men to invade, the death count would be at least in the thousands. Right now, all they had to do was abide by his demands of 800 people, and it was already as good a deal it could get. The VPDC had too many dependents, and they had more women than men. Giving 800 women over wasn't going to affect much. If Yu Zhong could be indulged in passion, then Yao Lihua couldn't be happier. Yu Zhong shot Yao Lihua a cold look. "All right, you may go. In 2 weeks, I want to see what you have promised. Otherwise." In such a society, having many women was more of a means to engage in sexual activities for the common citizen. However, to an established faction, they were a resource meant to ensure the survivability and continuation of the human bloodline. Procreation during an apocalypse was important. By demanding beauties from Yao Lihua, on one hand, it was to gain valuable resources, the other was to ensure that the VPDC would not easily antagonize him, for fear of their Vietnamese people. Yao Lihua heaved a sigh of relief before hastily adding, "Wait a moment, Leader Yu Zhong. I still have a matter I would like to discuss." "What is it?" Yao Lihua had already seen how unreasonable Yu Zhong could be, and he didn't hold much hope for Yu Zhong to offer help. He chose to use a trade. "I hope that you can offer up 10,000 tons of rations for exchange, to help the VPDC in getting past this critical situation." Yu Zhong immediately replied with his conditions. "Sure. Equipment, skill books, steel, ammunition, medication, specialized tools, beauties, ammo shells, mutant beast nuclei, blood, flesh, bones, slaves, fuel, armored vehicles, any of the above can be used as trade." Hearing those conditions, Yao Lihua was almost despondent. Every single thing that Yu Zhong had asked for was extremely rare in the current society, plus they were all important resources to an establishment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up and he asked, "Nuclei? How much would each nuclei be worth?" The VPDC had a number of these nuclei, as these bright-colored items looked beautiful but had no use. At first, when they appeared, many thought they were valuable, but now they were just like ornaments and not worth much. Yu Zhong replied casually, "An ordinary nuclei is worth a gene of rations, Type 2 ones are worth 20 gene rations each, Type 3 ones are worth 400 gene rations, Type 4 ones are worth 4,000 gene rations and Type 5s are worth 40,000 gene rations." Not many people knew the usage of the nuclei. It was the perfect time to amass them. That was why Yu Zhong offered such cutthroat prices. It wasn't that he didn't want to offer higher, but by offering higher, he might reveal the value of the nuclei. When Yao Lihua heard Yu Zhong's words, he excitedly stammered, "We have over 2,000 ordinary beast nuclei, a 130 Type 2 nuclei, and 5 Type 3 nuclei." The numbers of experts in the VPDC were not little, and they had hunted a number of mutant beasts before. There were a lucky few who met the corpses of Type 3 mutant beasts and obtained their nuclei. Yu Zhong then motioned to Mu Xiangling and said, As for the details, you can work it out with her." Mu Xiangling was wise for her age, and intelligent. Not only was she adept at combat, she possessed the experiences and molding of a rough childhood. She had her ways during negotiations. If one had to compare strength and combat ability, she might not be able to surpass Yu Zhong, but in terms of cunning and wit, she was definitely vastly superior to Yu Zhong. Mu Xiangling extended a smile towards Yao Lihua and said, "Hi. I'm Mu Xiangling." Yao Lihua had a strange look as he looked at her, before commencing the negotiations. After a round of sharp exchanges and negotiating, Yao Lihua, who by then had a face full of perspiration, finally came to an agreement with Mu Xiangling. In the contract, Yao Lihua had to pay a huge price. He was forced to hand over 200 sets of equipment, 40 level 3 skill books, 300 tons of steel, 2,000 ordinary nuclei, 130 Type 2 nuclei, 5 Type 3 nuclei, a 100 blood essences, 20,000 ammunition shells, 8 machine gun-mounted vehicles, 1 ton of fuel, 5 ton of mutant beast bones from various mutant beasts, 1,000 Vietnamese women, and many smaller items that he couldn't keep track of just to exchange for 10,000 tons of rations. Chapter 501 Vietnamese Princess. Chapter 501 Vietnamese Princess. If it were in Guining City, the common benchmark was a 100 sets of equipment for 10,000 tons of rations. After negotiations had ended, Yao Lihua heaved another sigh of relief, although his heart was bitter. This time, Yao Lihua knew he had suffered the short end of the stick. It was partly because Mu Xiangling was truly devious, as well as the VPDC's urgent need of the 10,000 tons of rations. Without the 10,000 tons of rations, the survivors under the VPDC would definitely not be able to survive the winter. Because of this, Yao Lihua could only allow Mu Xiangling to take advantage bit by bit in the negotiations, until she reached his threshold. Yao Lihua then turned to Yu Zhong and introduced the two ladies with him. Leader Yu Zhong, this is our Vietnam first Princess Ruan Lan and second Princess Ruan Ju. Our VPDC hopes that you will be willing to take them in as wives. Mu Xiang Ling eyed the both of them, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile as she spoke. I remember that Vietnam was a communist regime, there wasn't even a king, how can there be princesses? Yao Lihua smiled lightly as he explained. It's true that we did not have a king. However, our princesses hailed from a bloodline of the late King Ruan Shi before his regime fell in the rise of communism. They truly possess the precious bloodline of royalty. Ruan Lan and Ruan Ju were truly beautiful women. Prior to the apocalypse, they had been leading pampered lives. After the apocalypse set in, they came to belong to Yao Lihua, who had kept them as bargaining chip. Yao Lihua knew that this sort of precious women would easily attract the possessiveness of men. While he personally didn't consider the bloodline to be anything, he knew that it could attract countless people from higher positions. At the same time, Ruan Lan and Ruan Ju had undergone many lessons in culture, etiquette, and with their looks, they were the most valuable resource in Yao Lihua's hands. Hearing those words, pain flashed in the eyes of the young Vietnamese man who had followed Yao Lihua. He looked somewhat blankly at the beautiful Ruan Lan, as though his heart had broken into countless pieces. Yu Zhong eyed them and replied indifferently, I just so happen to be in need of 2 serving girls. Let them come here. Hearing that indifferent tone of Yu Zhong, Ruan Lan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Before the apocalypse, countless youths had fallen at her feet trying to get her attention. At that point in time, she would not have even spared Yu Zhong a second look with such ordinary features. However, in such a situation, where her status as the princess of the previous Vietnam kingdom wouldn't matter for shit, she had to marry a guy in which she had no say in choice. She felt extremely sad. Yao Lihua's eyes flashed with an amused light, but he firmly refused. No way, they're the pride of our Vietnam. If you were to marry them, I wouldn't say anything. But if you want them as your serving maids, without any special reasons, I have no way of agreeing. Yu Zhong didn't seem to mind and replied, Then it's fine. Yu Zhong had come across his fair share of beautiful women, and while Ruan Lan and Ruan Ju were truly top beauties, he had even more beautiful women amongst his harem, Zhui Yitong, Chen Yao, Ji Qing Wu Guiyu, and even Xin Jiaro. They were all beautiful in their own right and had the charm to boot. Mu Xiang Ling was still young, and had not grown, but after a few years, she was sure to become a beauty that would not lose to Ruan Lan. Hence, Yu Zhong did not feel like he must obtain Ruan Lan or Ruan Ju. Yao Lihua hastily spoke. Leader Yu Zhong, I just want a little bit of dowry. Say, 100 tons of rations? As long as you give me 100 tons of rations, our Vietnam princess is willing to become your most loyal serving maid. Yao Lihua truly lacked rations now, and he had to rack his brains and find ways to obtain rations and weapons. Only then the VPDC could continue to develop and not crumble or collapse. Furthermore, he hoped that he can place some Vietnamese women by Yu Zhong's side to help speak for the Vietnamese. Only then would the treatment of the Vietnamese under Yu Zhong would be better. Hearing those words, a huge sense of shame welled up in Ruan Lan's heart. She was the princess of Vietnam in the past, and she was the favored daughter of the heavens. Now she was actually being used to bargain for 100 tons of rations. Yu Zhong chuckled condescendingly. All right, I'll issue you another 100 tons in rations. As an added bonus, you may use 5 ammo casings to exchange for a bullet. Yao Lihua immediately thanked Yu Zhong in excitement. Thank you, Leader Yu Zhong. Thank you. In the war against zombies, humans lacked ammo the most. Now that Yu Zhong had promised such an exchange, Yao Lihua was naturally beyond happy. He felt that he had not lost out on offering those 2 precious princesses. If Yu Zhong had given him such a deal in the first place, he wouldn't have minded giving the two princesses right away. As for Yu Zhong, he was celebrating inwardly that there was still the use of this blockade of the VPDC in the way of the zombies in Hanoi. As for giving the bullets to Yao Lihua, those would be reloaded bullets anyway, only his troops would be issued new bullet. Yao Lihua then gazed at Ruanlan and Ruanju with a solemn face. Princess Ruanlan, Princess Ruanju, from today on, you two are leader Yu Zhong's serving maids. Aren't you going to greet your master? Yao Lihua simply did not care about the royal bloodline in Ruanlan and Ruanju's veins. He just thought of them as more valuable bargaining chip. Ruanlan gritted her teeth as she heard those words, holding her sister's hands, and came in front of Yu Zhong. She then knelt and used some halting Chinese. Ruanlan greets master. The lowly Ruanju beside Ruanlan also used the same greeting. Ruanju greets master. Yu Zhong eyed Yao Lihua mildly and said, "You guys are dismissed." Yao Lihua brought his bodyguard along with him in a satisfied manner, having achieved what he came here to do. The moment Yao Lihua left, Mu Xiangling bounded to his side and grabbed onto him like a koala bear. "Big brother! You can't look at them. If you want a woman, go find my mother. My mother is so much more beautiful than these two. Or if you like her type, I can satisfy you too." Mu Xiangling looked at Ruanju, as she looked at Yu Zhong with an evil grin, blowing lightly into his ear. "Idiot! What do you take me as?" Yu Zhong pried Mu Xiangling away from his body, and stared at her gravely. Mu Xiangling chuckled. "A huge pervert who does not have mercy on any woman, not even to a little lowly like me, you huge lullican." Yu Zhong was angry this time, and he grabbed Mu Xiangling and placed her on his legs, hitting her buttocks. "You're getting too audacious. See how I'll teach you a lesson." "Ah. Yeah. No. No." Mu Xiangling began shrieking and moaning in sounds that would cause most people to turn red with embarrassment. "Yu Zhong, how can you act against a child?" At this time, the doors were pushed open as Chen Yao came rushing in with an anxious look. She could tolerate Yu Zhong having other women, but she would not allow him to prey on a child. When she barged in and saw clearly that the matter was not what she imagined, she became lost and felt extremely awkward. Yu Zhong also felt awkward as he shot Mu Xiangling a stare, gritting his teeth. "Stupid lass! What are you shouting for? My reputation is gone because of you." Mu Xiangling pried herself away and glared back at Yu Zhong in indignation, laughing shrilly. "Who asked you to bully me? You deserve it, stupid lullican. Hee hee." Mu Xiangling then bounced away, passing by Chen Yao. At the same time, she flashed Chen Yao a provocative smile, saying, "Chen Yao Jie, don't worry, he doesn't dare to lay his hands on me. But be careful. Sooner or later, he'll belong to my mother and I." With that she bounded off. Seeing that free-spirited girl coming and going as she pleased, with her antics, Yu Zhong was also at a loss. If he tried to, he was no match for her wily antics and cunning. However, he couldn't bear to truly hurt her, nor did he want to affect her character. After all, he had plenty of women who held him in fear and awe. He didn't need another one. At this time, Nangong Bingyun came into the room beside Chen Yao. Ming Jiajia was seated on Yu Zhong's lap, and leaned back in his arms, looking like a bolster and some sort of mascot. Yu Zhong turned to look at Chen Yao and directly asked, "Chen Yao, your timing was just nice. I want to ask you, are you interested in running Tainguin and Langsun City?" Hearing those words, Nangong Bingyun and Ruanlan's eyes burned with passion. Such a role of managing over 200,000 survivors was a huge responsibility, and was a huge attraction to anyone with ambition. If only that position was mine! Nangong Bingyun's ambitious heart was set ablaze. She had her taste of power before the apocalypse, and after losing it, she sought for it even more. She wanted to become a ruler of a faction badly. Chen Yao thought for a while before shaking her head. "I can't do it. I don't have the ability to manage these two cities. Chen Yao had been a leader for a period of time as well, and with it, she came to recognize the huge burden of responsibility. She knew herself now that she wasn't a capable leader, because she lacked the viciousness and decisiveness of a leader. She could not make the decisions in a critical situation to save her faction, which could potentially destroy what Yu Zhong had built up. Hearing Chen Yao's refusal, Nangong Bingyun could not resist anymore and stepped forward. Let me. Please let me do it. I'm willing to run the cities well for you, leader. Chapter 502. Roadblock. Chapter 502. Roadblock. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed as he stared at Nangong Bingyun for quite a while. Nangong Bingyun stood straight, accentuating her figure that was full of vitality and curves. For power, she would not hesitate to use her body in exchange. Yu Zhong could detect a strong ambition in her eyes, and he flat out refused. No. You may have the ability, but your qualifications and contributions are lacking. Yu Zhong had considered Chen Yao to become the leader of the Vietnam district because she had been the earliest to follow him to Vietnam. Furthermore, to support him, she had done her best to raise troops, resulting in soldiers like Gong Tao and Pan Jin Yong. These people were also willing to die for her. Of course, amongst his current subordinates, handing the huge responsibility to Nangong Bingyun was not impossible, however. He had no current plans to do so. Nangong Bingyun was able to round up over 200 Vietnamese survivors to lend their hand to his cause within a short amount of time, forming a decent-sized power. Her abilities were truly astounding. Very few women were as decisive and intelligent as her. Even Chen Yao might not match her in this area. However, there were plenty of capable people, and Yu Zhong was still unfamiliar with Nangong Bingyun, and he was not willing to just casually hand her a position of power. To Yu Zhong, he would like to utilize capable people, but more importantly, they had to be loyal subordinate. Otherwise, this establishment that he had painstakingly obtained would become a ripe peach for others to pluck. Nangong Bingyun had a look of bitterness as she retreated behind Chen Yao, with a single, yes. Yu Zhong then thought for a few moments, before asking Ming Jiajia, Jiajia, what about you? Ming Jiajia had fought alongside Yu Zhong all the way to Guangxi, having been with him almost every step of the way. Her position amongst the Chinese survivors in Vietnam was also high. If she was to run the cities, nobody would object. Ming Jiajia looked at Yu Zhong with those bright eyes of hers, replying as though she couldn't bear to. If that is master's wish, Jiajia would definitely listen and do a good job. However, Jiajia hopes to stay by your side and pour tea for you. If she became the leader of a base, then Ming Jiajia would not be able to stay by Yu Zhong's side. She had to run the affairs of the Vietnamese cities. Everyone had different ambitions. Ming Jiajia preferred staying by Yu Zhong's side as a maid compared to running a city. Nangong Bingyun looked at the lowly lying in Yu Zhong's arms with a hint of envy. She had proposed to take up the role and was declined, but that little girl had obtained it so easily. This caused her to be filled with jealousy. Yu Zhong rubbed her little head and said, "Then you just have to stay here for a year. After that, I will send someone to replace you." Yu Zhong had already laid down the regulatory frameworks and basic outline of how things were going to be run. Ming Jiajia just had to be here to ensure it all ran smoothly, and there wouldn't be any major problems. Currently, in the north of Vietnam, Yu Zhong was basically the biggest. Furthermore, he could transport resources from Guangxi. The VPDC that was stuck between Thanh Nguyen and the zombies in Hanoi could not compare at all. Ming Jiajia replied softly, "N?" Chen Yao hesitated a while before asking, "Are you returning to Guangxi?" "N. I want to go and do some preparations for the future clash in Yenzhou." Yu Zhong nodded in reply. Yenzhou was one of the largest industrial cities in the Guangxi region, and it had the largest steel factories and military plants. If they could obtain Yenzhou, then Yu Zhong's establishments would gain a huge upgrade in power. Hence, his entire attention was going to be focused there. The number of zombies in Yenzhou's direction numbered at least 3 million. At the same time, between Guining City and Yenzhou, there was Binqi City. There were at least another 2 million zombies there. It wasn't going to a simple matter of taking over Yenzhou. Chen Yao's expression turned resolute as she spoke up. I'll follow you to Guangxi. Yu Zhong eyed Chen Yao and nodded slightly. Fine. Nangong Bingyan immediately stepped forwards with a strange glint in her eyes, saying, Please allow me to join you as well, I want to fight alongside you. Nangong Bingyun was an intelligent woman. She knew that the old order of society was gone, and things were different. Only by accumulating enough merits would she be able to gain a footing and a high position in this new order. Good. Yu Zhong eyed Nangong Bingyun and agreed to her request. This woman was ambitious and capable, however, with him around, she would not be able to overstep her boundaries. Equals 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 equals. Out on the vast plains, which was covered by snow, a military jeep, an IFV, a fuel truck, a bus, as well as 10 Humvees drove along the road. Out of the blue, 3 survivors leapt out from the side, and knelt in front of the fleet of armored vehicles, their eyes showing hints of despair. The jeep at the front of the fleet came to a stop, and out stepped Yu Zhong, Chen Yao, Xian Jiaro and Ning Yuxin. Yu Zhong eyed the 3 survivors and frowned. Who are you people? Sir. Please help us. Please. If you don't, I'm willing to kneel till I die here. One of the survivors began to kowtow and plead. If you want death, I can grant you that wish. Don't use it to threaten me. Yu Zhong became irritated, and pulled out a handgun to fire a shot at that survivor. Pung! A single bullet pierced the ground in front of the survivor, leaving a hole. Seeing how forceful Yu Zhong was, the 3 survivors trembled, and did not dare move in fear. Yu Zhong eyed them coldly and barked. What happened? Speak properly. The leader of the trio began to kowtow as tears flowed. Sir, we are survivors from Binqi City. We had been hiding nearby in order to survive. However, just a few days prior, a number of bandits charged into our base and began pillaging and killing. We barely managed to escape, and hope that someone can come help us. Our families are still within the base. As long as Sir can help us, we are willing to dedicate our entire lives to you. When Yu Zhong heard it, he knew what sort of thing had happened. Forcefully conquering establishments was a common thing in the current world, and most bigger factions would want to swallow up the smaller factions. Yu Zhong's icy gaze swept past all 3 survivors, and under the intense pressure, one of them couldn't bear the stress and lowered his head. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction that the 3 survivors had jumped out from, noting that it was all snow-covered ground. There was a small valley beyond, where little houses could be seen at the foot of the hill. Yu Zhong signaled, and Bai Shaoxing and Li Shimin shot forwards like arrows, bringing 8 other experts with them. After being baptized through countless slaughter, Li Shimin's potential had been released fully. He had already become a formidable expert, and even if it was a kid who wielded a weapon in front of him, he would not hesitate to kill the child without mercy. His explosive arrows could wreck even an armored vehicle totally from a distance of 500 m. His combat prowess was truly astonishing. Seeing those soldiers running off to the distance, the middle-aged survivor who had been crying had a change in expression, turning into one of uneasiness. In a forest near those small buildings, there were 200 militants hiding, each of them wielding different melee weapons. They looked at the 10 men running over, and their faces turned. One slightly tanned man, with a white tiger tattoo, approached another burly man who was bald, and asked, "What do we do, boss? Shall we act?" The Baldy looked at by Xiao Xing, Li Shimin and the other soldiers with hint of greed towards their equipment, and said, "Do it? Kill them, then we shall quickly disperse." By Xiao Xing, Li Shimin and the other soldiers were basically armed to the teeth. Each of them wielded a 05 submachine gun, a Raven combat uniform, 6 hand grenades, 6 magazine rounds, Tang replica blades, 3 edged knives and Type 2 mutant beast's hide. They were really covered head to toe in valuable items. With those amazing items, each of their combat abilities could be exhibited to the extreme. As for the Baldy, amongst his 200 subordinates, only 18 had rifles, 16 had handguns, as well as 200 rounds. The majority relied on melee weapons, and when they saw this group of soldiers with decent equipment, their eyes turned red with greed. Bai Xiao Xing and Li Shimin were experienced fighters. They proceeded with caution, and searched the area for enemies effectively and efficiently. Finally, with the help of one of the soldiers with the biosense ability, they were led closer to the forest with the militants. The moment Bai Xiao Xing came near the forest, he activated his second-order high-speed movement, and instantly, his movement speed exceeded that of a Type 2 lightning, shooting through the forest like a spectre. With a flash of his blade, one of the militants had his head decapitated. Taking down a militant in one move, Bai Xiao Xing did not stop there as he flashed about, firing his gun, and a number of militants were shot full of holes before they even had the chance to react. The Baldy saw how easily Bai Xiao Xing had killed over 20 of his subordinates, and his face turned pale and his back broke out in cold sweat. He bellowed, "Do it? Kill them! Only then will we live." Under that command, the militants began to charge at Bai Xiao Xing with their melee weapons. Only to hear multiple gunshots, as the militants were sprayed with bullets, and they slumped to the floor. Surrender! Or die! Right as the Baldy was thinking of escaping, a sharp blade stopped at his neck, with Bai Xiao Xing's cold hiss sounding behind him. Chapter 503 Terrifying Hailstorm. Chapter 503 Terrifying Hailstorm. I surrender! The Baldy did not hesitate to scream out his choice, as he knew he had no way of standing up against these fearsome experts. He still wanted to live. The moment the Baldy surrendered, the rest of the militants began to throw their weapons down. They were already collapsing from the rate at which Bai Xiao Xing had almost eliminated them. Yu Zhong eyed those militants as they were marched out of the forest towards them, before he turned to look at the middle-aged man coldly. Being looked at by that piercing gaze, the middle-aged survivor began to shake uncontrollably as he kowtowed. "Sir! Sir! Please! I was forced by them. Please spare my dog life. Please!" Chen Yao eyed the middle-aged survivor and spoke coldly. "Tell me your background." "Yes." The middle-aged man kowtowed profusely before he proceeded to explain. It turned out that this middle-aged survivor was called Zhang Xiao, and he was an ordinary mechanical engineer prior to the apocalypse. After the apocalypse happened, his profession was not as popular, since farming and other sort of manual labor was sought after. Hence, his circumstances had been dire ever since, until he met this bunch of bandits, and became their bait, to lure kind-hearted souls to fall into the trap set by these bandits. However, they never imagined for a huge shark like Yu Zhong to bite, causing them to suffer, on top of not being able to get anything. The bald leader was called Hu Fei, and he was a level 23 enhancer. However, he had never learnt any skills, and relied on enhancements to improve his body attribute. Since the apocalypse, a year had passed, and the chances of drops from killing zombies and monsters were decreasing rapidly. In fact, to gain any skill book, one had to hunt at least a high-level mutant beast or high-level zombie. However, these were not easy existences to deal with. Plus, since Hu Fei had missed the best time to become stronger, without any backing, it became even harder for him to get strong. Zhang Xiao pleaded sincerely with Yuzhong. This lowly servant knows the area well. Please spare this lowly servant's life, and this lowly servant is willing to lead the way. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiao had still maintained an aura of a know-it-all. However, when he accidentally offended the leader of a small faction, he had been thrown into a pit to wallow for one day. Ever since, he had lost his arrogance and was willing to stoop to any level, foregoing any backbone or self-pride just to survive. Yuzhong then asked, "Are you clear on what factions are there around here?" Zhang Xiao began to ramble on. Yes, I know them all. At about 50 miles from here, Mao County is the territory of the Greater China Alliance. West of here, about 40 miles, there's the all-female Snow Palace, and about 60 miles north of here, there's the Thousand Hero Alliance. There are also a few other mid-sized factions like the Green Wolves Triad, Tiger Head Triad, Huge Blade Triad, Small Blade Association. Yuzhong's thoughts grew when he heard, so many factions. With the huge Greater China Alliance, the Snow Palace, and the Thousand Hero Alliance, all the other factions would at least have 500 or 600 survivors per faction. This meant a whole resource out there for him. There were many in China who had the habit of pulling together scattered groups to form gangs. The moment things went to shit, there would be all sorts of random factions appearing. Such ambitious little warlords would also jump out at the chance. When Yuzhong heard about the Greater China Alliance again, he sank into his own thoughts. The Greater China Alliance? Seems like we have some old friends. The Greater China Alliance had left a deep impression with Yuzhong back during his Guining period. At that time, their power was decent, but they were led by bumbling fools and thrashes. That was why it was easy for Yuzhong to have defeated them. However, while he had crushed half of their strength, the remaining half was not a faction Yuzhong and his 100-plus soldiers could deal with at this point. Yuzhong looked out at the snow-covered plains and sighed, "What a pity! Damn this weather!" If it wasn't for the weird weather, Yuzhong would be able to lead his entire army to just steamroll their way across the country. With the 800,000 people at Guangxi, Yuzhong was definitely the strongest in this area. Right at this time, the weather suddenly turned dark. A cold and harsh wind began to blow, as snowflakes began to fall. Yuzhong's face fell as he shouted, "No good! Everyone, heed my command. Immediately head to the town to wait out this snowstorm." With the skies turning dark, and the roaring of winds, as well as snowflakes, these were all signs of a snowstorm or worse, a hailstorm. Without a satellite, Yuzhong had no way of predicting the weather in the next few days. However, he could rely on his experience to deal with it. After the apocalypse, the weather had really turned unpredictable. Originally, Guangxi was a region that would not snow, yet now, there were various hailstorms of different magnitudes. Even the smallest one could cause a number of trees to be uprooted. A huge one would be able to even destroy a building. The moment they heard Yuzhong's words, everyone's faces fell, and began to scramble onto their vehicles, driving towards the town. The moment they just go on their vehicles, the entire sky had turned completely overcast, and the snowflakes were becoming bigger. Some hail began to fall on the vehicles, resulting in loud plick-plack sounds. As everyone rushed for the town, the might of the hailstorm began to increase exponentially, as a few trees were uprooted and began to soar through the air, threatening to crash into their vehicles. Shit! Yuzhong eyed the incoming trees, his expression turning ugly. If they were hit by that tree that was at least a dozen meters long, the jeep would be overturned. With a thought, a huge nether hole appeared in mid-air, as a sharp bone spike shot out from the hole, piercing the tree. The moment White Bones stepped out from the nether hole, a violent gust blew and swept it up to the sky. White Bones shot out two sharp bone spikes with its hands towards the ground, but before they even hit the ground, It was blown at least 100 meters up into the skies. Witnessing this, Yu Zhong's heart ran cold. If it was him, after falling from that height, even if he used all his skills, he would at the very least be heavily injured, if he wasn't already dead. Behind, the bus began to tremble, and Hu Fei brought his men to escape from the bus. This was the only chance they had, and since they didn't know Yu Zhong and wasn't clear on his personality, they weren't willing to take chances. They would rather leave it up to fate. The moment Hu Fei and 4 of his men just exited the bus, another violent gust blew past them, causing 6 tree trunks to knock into their bodies. With a sudden and tremendous impact, they were all knocked into the sky, spitting blood out of their mouth. Seeing that, the rest were stunned and did not dare to get out, instead staying docilely inside the bus. After White Bones was blown away, a huge tree struck the jeep that Yu Zhong was on. At that moment, the jeep was sent flying slightly through the air, before tumbling a few rounds due to the winds. "Leader? Are you all right?" From behind, Li Shimin used the radio in the other vehicle to communicate after seeing the jeep tumble. "Don't mind me. Continue to rush forwards. Quick into the town. This is an order," Yu Zhong roared back. In the face of nature, humans were truly still so vulnerable. Even if Li Shimin and the rest rushed over, they would not be able to help Yu Zhong. "Continue!" Bai Shaoxing gritted his teeth and passed the order, as the vehicle fleet continued their mad rush towards the town. Once they entered the town and hid within the buildings, they would then be safer. The huge violent gales of winds caused a large amount of snow to fall on the ground, and soon, a thick layer of snow had covered the entire area. At the same time, the speed of increase in the layer of snow could be seen with the naked eye. Under those conditions, Yu Zhong and the rest in the jeep would be buried in the snow. "I'll have to go out." Yu Zhong immediately leapt out the jeep. "Be careful!" From the car, the worried voices of Chen Yao, Xian Jiaorou and Ning Yu Xian sounded. When Yu Zhong leapt out the vehicle, a cold and harsh gale blew towards him, causing his body to feel slightly cold. Due to his increased body attributes and constitution, the current cold was not threatening to him yet. He sucked in a deep breath and grabbed the jeep, before flipping it over with his 9 times strength. Just as he was about to board again, another violent gust swept through the area, bringing with it a number of uprooted tree trunks. Chen Yao gritted her teeth and revealed a flash of green in her eyes, as a number of vines appeared instantly to defend against the incoming assault. Backed by the power of the wind, the trees carried a mighty force, and as they slammed into the shield formed by the tree vines, the impact caused her to spit out a mouth of fresh blood, her face turning slightly pale. In such weather, Chen Yao's ability suffered a huge decrease in efficiency. If they were in the forest, then it would be a different story. Chapter 504 Fracture. Chapter 504 Fracture. "You guys go on ahead. I'll handle the rest." Yu Zhong pulled out his 2M long black-tooth blade and hollered to the rest. With a casual wave, he sliced the incoming tree trunks apart. Chen Yao had been a leader before, and she wiped the blood from the side of her mouth and started the jeep. "Go!" Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, as he charged alongside the jeep to its front, slashing out once in a while to deal with the tree trunks. Every step he took felt extremely tedious. The harsh cold wind sliced his skin. If it wasn't for his toughened body, his blood would have long since frozen over. His stamina was slowly being depleted in this weather. Ning Yu Xian looked at the man braving the dangers in front of the jeep, and a look of warmth passed in her eyes. She knew that this man was lacking in many ways, but when the situation called for it, he was willing to shoulder every and any problem. Such a man was already extremely rare in this apocalyptic world. Her heart was already moved by Yu Zhong, and as she watched the back of her man, her legs twisted slightly, she was obviously wet. Under his protection, the jeep managed to enter the town with difficulty. The moment it reached the town, the effects of the hailstorm would be slightly bearable, due to the structures around dispersing the winds. Right as Yu Zhong prepared to enter the town, a dozen landscape trees by the entrance were uprooted by the strong winds and flung towards the jeep. If it were just Yu Zhong himself, he would be able to dodge those incoming projectiles easily. However, at this time, he couldn't afford to do so, and used his body to shield the jeep, the black-toothed blade in his hands slashing out towards the trees. With the sword's shadows shooting out in a fury, the trees were all chopped up in pieces. However, because he had expended much of his stamina earlier in braving the storm, he was struck by a stray tree trunk, knocking him to the ground. The next instant, a strong gale blew and brought Yu Zhong along with the pieces of debris into the sky. No! As Ningyu Xin watched Yu Zhong being swept into the sky, she screamed out in a wail. She had just truly felt herself falling hard for him, and felt so secure, and the next moment, he was taken by the storm. It was too cruel. Chen Yao glanced at Yu Zhong with a complicated gleam, and gritted her teeth as she continued to maneuver the jeep towards the town. She might have been naive and innocent when she first left school, but through her various experiences, especially in Vietnam, she had matured and grown. She was not rash anymore. Yu Zhong, on the other hand, was brought up towards higher altitudes, reaching a 100 m height. In the skies, the temperature was freezing, and even with an endurance 10 times that of a normal person, Yu Zhong felt the chill. Forced by the freezing temperatures, Yu Zhong had no choice but to activate his devil flames, as a layer shrouded him, providing him with warmth. It was just that amidst the harsh and merciless weather, the usage of his devil flame caused his stamina to be depleted fast and its effect little. Barely 5 seconds, it was snuffed out from the violent winds. Like Chen Yao and her plant manipulation, Yu Zhong's devil flame suffered greatly in the snow. Within the storm, Yu Zhong had equipped himself with the kabuki mask, covering himself from head to toe. Even so, the cold seeped in from the gaps in his clothings, chipping away at his body temperature. His hands were almost frozen solid. Left without a choice, he could only cast his devil flame for another 5 seconds, warming himself up. Otherwise, he would be frozen rock solid. Yu Zhong was blown for quite a distance before the winds started to slow down. Chance! Yu Zhong felt the wind subsiding and immediately activated his gravity manipulation. A strong gravitational force weighed down on him, increasing his weight by 2-fold. He then descended like a falling boulder. After a certain height, he activated his gravity manipulation again, changing his weight to half its original. His descent began to slow down. When the winds brought him up, he would double his weight again, ensuring that he kept on descending. Yu Zhong had truly expended much of his stamina and spirit, having utilized the gravity manipulation 8 times, before exhausting himself. He then dropped straight from a height of 30 m. When he landed on both legs, a terrifying force traveled up from below, instantly shattering both of them. The excruciating pain and impact caused him to crumple onto the ground. "I've become a cripple again." He chuckled bitterly, swallowing a life-saving grass, and began to crawl with his hands towards the distance. Most ordinary people would require at least 100 days to recover from something like this. For Yu Zhong, due to his regeneration ability, coupled with his high vitality, it would take at most a single day to return to his tip-top condition. The area he had landed was still experiencing some strong winds, but fortunately, it was not too violent or dangerous. However, Yu Zhong didn't dare to be careless, and continued to drag himself. He had expended all his strength, staying at one location was dangerous. The summoning of white bones through the nether hole also had a cooldown, and Yu Zhong had no means of summoning it out yet. In the snowstorm, Yu Zhong's fingers were like hooks, as they dug into the ground, dragging himself forwards without stop. He definitely did not want to die out in the snow. After some time, goodness knows how long, he finally came across an unknown town, and his eyes lit up. Mustering the remainder of his stamina, he dragged himself there. The various houses were all closed, their windows and doors shut tight. A number of cool and indifferent faces peered out the windows, looking at Yu Zhong without a hint of pity. No one wanted to let him in. They just wanted to see if this cripple was a zombie or not. In this apocalyptic world, where ration was precious, the various families were naturally less willing to hand out any. Yu Zhong did not beg as well. He just wanted to look for a place to hide from the storm. As long as he could rest properly for one night, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Within such a town, there would usually be some run-down buildings, and those were Yu Zhong's targets. Right at this time, a door suddenly swung open, as a young woman stuck her head out and looked at Yu Zhong, pity flashing in her eyes. "Do you want to come in?" Yu Zhong eyed the young woman warily. In this apocalypse, most humans were selfish, and with the problem of scarce food, some people were even forced to resort to cannibalism. Yu Zhong had come across numerous factories processing human meat. He did not want to become someone else's dinner. However, Yu Zhong did not discover hunger nor greed in her eyes, and he nodded silently, before crawling into the house. The moment he went in, she closed and locked the door. A slight warm current was circulating within the room, allowing Yu Zhong's body to recover from its cold state. It was practically heaven compared to outside. Although the room was still cold to normal people, to Yu Zhong and his insane body constitution, it was good enough. After he entered, he silently crawled to a corner and eyed everywhere else with a guarded look. He discovered about 8 children of different ages, and the young woman who let him in and another housewife of about 35 or 36. The young woman had a slightly oval-shaped face, wheat-colored skin, and a skinny figure. Her looks were ordinary, and nothing could be said about her figure. She was even incomparable to the slightly older housewife. 10 of them squeezed in that small house, and they looked at Yu Zhong with curiosity. In truth, anybody with broken legs were considered to be having both legs amputated. In such an apocalypse, doctors were a rarity. Even if one was found, if it didn't happen to be an orthopedist, it was hard to treat such a case. "This is for you." A 13-year-old boy with blonde hair handed Yu Zhong a bowl, his expression slightly unkind. Yu Zhong eyed the small bowl and noticed a pitiful amount of water and gruel, and there was even a slight rancid smell. "Thank you. But it's okay." Yu Zhong shook his head and replied in a raspy voice. That little blondie coldly snorted, and drank everything up before laughing. "Pay! You don't know how to appreciate. Teacher Wei, you shouldn't have cared about this cripple. Look at how big his head is. He looks down on gruel." The housewife shot a look at little blondie and scolded, "Du Chong, come here. How did I teach you? You can't laugh at others. It's rude." Du Chong's eyebrows arched as he smiled coldly. "Rude? Open the door. Open the door. You better open the door for this daddy." Right at this time, an enraged voice resounded, together with urgent pounding on the door. Chapter 505. The Glory of Humanity. Chapter 505. The Glory of Humanity. Hearing that voice outside, the expressions of everyone in the room immediately changed. Even the young girl who let Yu Zhong in looked towards the housewife. Teacher Wei's face turned dark before saying helplessly, "Go open it." The young woman hesitated before going. Following a gust of cold wind, a 1.74 tall and muscled man stepped in. His features were somewhat twisted, and his facial hair disheveled. "It's so fricking cold. Why did you guys take in another cripple? Shit. You guys can't even take care of yourselves and you want to help these useless shits." The middle-aged man swore when he saw Yu Zhong in the corner, cursing Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei kept silent, accepting his tirade of insults without replying. The middle-aged man then said impatiently, Forget it. If you want to be crazy, it's not my problem. Come, let's fuck. He then proceeded to take off Teacher Wei's clothes without caring for the people around. Seeing this, there were various expressions on the children's faces, some fear, some hurt, some were excited, and some were curious. Little Blondie's face was exceptionally ugly, as he gritted his teeth, and a look of pain and helplessness flashed in his eyes. He turned away. Teacher Wei did not struggle nor resist, and allowed the man to brazenly feel her up and remove her clothes. All she did was ask mildly, "Where's the ration?" "Here." The middle-aged man was impatient and threw out a bag, before licking her exposed neck, turning aroused. The young woman who had let Yu Zhong in immediately took the bag to check its contents, before hugging it carefully. Her eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness as she watched the middle-aged man sprawled atop Teacher Wei's body and doing all sorts of things. Right as the man was about to remove his trousers, his gun erect and prepared to fire, an actual bullet penetrated his leg, resulting in a small hole. The man slumped down to the floor in fright, looking towards Yu Zhong in the corner with fear. In the room, everyone's attention was drawn to Yu Zhong, their gazes fixed on the gun in his hands. Yu Zhong stared at the man with a rising killing intent. That Teacher Wei was truly a decent person that was hard to find in this world. He had guessed that because of her, the children were able to survive in this cruel world, and the price that the teacher had to pay was to offer her own body in exchange for food. Yu Zhong did not think that he was any decent person, but he hoped that the good people truly deserves better lives. As long as they didn't hamper his way, he was willing to do all he could within his power to protect those kind-hearted souls. "Don't kill him." Right at this time, Teacher Wei, who was under the man, stood in front to shield him, her body topless and arms stretched out wide. Yu Zhong's spirit was extremely powerful, and the killing intent that was emitted from him could be felt by everybody in the room. Yu Zhong eyed the teacher with a complicated gaze as he spoke slowly. "Seeing that he has treated you like so, yet you want to protect him. Give me a reason not to kill him." Teacher Wei looked straight back without fear in her eyes and smiled sadly. "Yes, I use my body to exchange for food. It is not the best solution, but I'm the willing party. Without his help, everyone here would have starved long ago. Furthermore, for the sake of survival, I have given myself to a number of people. Compared to the rest, I can't really complain about how he treats me." Yu Zhong sank into his thoughts and kept his gun, before looking at the man and barked out coldly, "You're getting off easy. Get lost." Yes, I'll scram. The man wiped his perspirations off and mumbled to Yu Zhong before scurrying out the door. The moment the man left the room, Yu Zhong's gaze swept over the fair and voluptuous bosom of Teacher Wei, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He had not been with any of his women for nearly a week, and due to his work, he had not managed to take a rest. Now that things have settled down, his body began to react. It was nothing to do with love, it was just purely a sexual need. The charming Teacher Wei felt the passionate gaze from Yu Zhong and felt the looks from the children, and quickly wore her clothes. After she was dressed, Yu Zhong asked, "What's your name? What's this place? I want the specific province, city, or county." Teacher Wei collected her thoughts before replying, "I'm called Wei Jie, and I was a primary school teacher before the apocalypse. This is Ding Town, within the province of Binshi City in Guangxi Province. The leader is called Zhang Luha. Fortunately, I wasn't blown too far away." Hearing her words, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Binshi City was not too far from Guining City. As long as he could get to a road he recognized, he could reach Guining in a few hours. Yu Zhong continued asking, "Do you know the way to Guining?" Wei Jie directly shook her head. "No. She was just an ordinary teacher in the past. Going to Guining City or Nanning City would require the train or a car. If she had to go there by herself, she could not manage." Yu Zhong was also an ordinary university student before, without even a license. Everywhere he went, he had a subordinate to lead him, but he himself was unable to locate the road to Guining City. Oh! He sunk back into his thoughts, and brought out 2 chocolate bars from his chest, and threw one to the girl who let him in, the other to Wei Jie. This was the repayment for letting him stay. Even if she had not allowed him to enter, he would have ways to survive. However, her kindness and sympathy was rare in a world where humanity was almost eroded. To Yu Zhong, that was something precious. Wei Jie's eyes lit up as she received the chocolate and thanked him. Thank you. Chocolate was a high-calorie food and was also tasty. In times of trouble, it could be a lifesaver. Thank you. I'm called Lu Xiaohong. The young lady who let Yu Zhong in thanked him as well. Yu Zhong replied coolly, No need for thanks. This is payment for borrowing your room. After which, Yu Zhong brought out more chocolate and drinks from his bag as he began to dig in. These chocolates and drinks were all high-calorie food, and provided the necessary energy to him. With it, he could recover faster. On the other side, the little rascals looked at Yu Zhong eating heartily all by himself, and began to salivate. However, they remembered the heavy killing intent that he had released earlier, and were afraid of him. Therefore, they didn't dare approach him to ask. Wei Jie opened up the chocolate bar that Yu Zhong threw to her, and begun splitting it, giving an equal portion to each kid, leaving none for herself. Yu Zhong watched this silently and felt a little appeased. Even in this cruel world, where order had crumbled, there were still people who kept their humanity and kindness. Furthermore, it was from a fellow Chinese, and it gave him some form of consolation, having witnessed and experienced countless dark and morbid events. After looking, he then laid quietly and shut his eyes to rest. However, he maintained a half-asleep posture. The moment there was some killing intent, or the slight movement from a blade of grass, he would be ready. Wei Jie looked at this young man in front of her, with a complicated gaze in her eyes as well. With her experience, she could tell that this man was still a little humane. However, even if he was an expert with his legs broken, it would be hard to move around in this world. Otherwise, she would have offered herself, just so she can keep the kids alive. Even as he laid quietly, everyone could still feel the pressure emitted by him, and they maintained their silence. Only Du Chang was staring at Yu Zhong fixedly like a hungry wolf with cold eyes. At the same time, his gaze would turn to Wei Jie from time to time, with hints of love, hate as well as jealousy and all sorts of complicated feelings. Like this, the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the snowstorm had subsided entirely. Du Chang pushed open the door and began to walk out. Wei Jie eyed the boy and could not help but call out, Du Chang, where are you going? You haven't eaten your breakfast. Du Chang retorted briskly without even turning his head, None of your business. She watched him go and sighed. Lu Xiaohong reached out to assure her, Teacher Wei, don't bother about him. We're different from him. Du Chang's personality was rebellious, and in this little group, it was hard for him to fit in. Other than Wei Jie, the rest hated him. Wei Jie didn't say much and just replied, Time for breakfast. Soon, some hot smoke rose from this small house. Everyone obtained a small bowl of gruel. The children took them carefully and savored every single last drop, as though it was the most delicious meal they ever had. Before the apocalypse, many had been little tyrants and kings, wasting food after every few bites. They didn't even like to eat proper food, they just liked to munch on snacks. However, with the harsh reality of the apocalypse, they had begun to savor even the most meager of meals. Lu Xiaohong also prepared a bowl to hand to Yu Zhong. He shook his head and threw 2 cans of meat to Lu Xiaohong and Wei Jie. When the 2 women saw it, their eyes were filled with a strange glint. In this Ding town, a can of meat could easily purchase a beautiful woman like Wei Jie for 4 nights. Yu Zhong had just thrown 2 out. His generosity and casual attitude caused them to be delighted, yet apprehensive at the same time. Chapter 506. Conquering the Town. Chapter 506. Conquering the Town. The little rascals within the room stared at the cans of meat in Wei Jie and Lu Xiaohong's hands. Wei Jie hesitated a little before gritting her teeth. "Let's open one." Lu Xiaohong gulped her saliva down and opened her can. Wei Jie spoke. "1 slice per person." "Yay! That's great. You're the best." The children whooped in delight and surrounded them. Each one was given a slice, and they began to nibble bit by bit, savoring the taste for as long as possible. It was over half a year since they last had some meat. In the apocalyptic world, there were many strong people in their factions that led better lives than even before the disaster. However, the people at the lower rungs of society were worse off, many starving and suffering. Just as they were enjoying their meat, 10 burly men, led by a muscled man with buck tooth and a single eye, stormed into the small house. Du Chang pointed at Yu Zhong, before putting on a fawning expression towards the buck-toothed man and said, "Boss Sun, it's that man, he has a gun. It was him who fired a shot last night." Boss Sun swept his gaze over Yu Zhong and threatened loudly, "Fuck! Damn cripple, this is your father's territory. Hand over your gun. Otherwise, I'll break your arms and turn you into a disabled person without his limbs." After barking out his threat, his gaze landed on Wei Jie, and a hint of perverse lust flashed past his eyes. He licked his lips and continued, "Shit! There's such a quality good over here. What a waste. Come and make yourself useful." After that, he didn't even bother about the eyes in the room and reached out for Wei Jie's hair. In this region, this Boss Sun led a life like a king. Since the apocalypse, where morality and humanity was basically eroding away, he didn't care how others viewed him. He was the close brother of Zhang Luha, the boss of Dingtown, and as long as he was loyal to him, fucking a few women wasn't a big deal. "No! Boss Sun!" A huge sense of anger welled up in Du Chang's heart, and he lurched forward, trying to stop Boss Sun from grabbing Wei Jie. "Fucking trash! Go to hell!" Boss Sun shot Du Chang a ferocious glare and threw out a vicious punch. A strength 3 times that of a normal person exploded out, causing Du Chang to fly towards a wall, crashing into it heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the light in his eyes disappearing, as he turned into a corpse and slumped slowly to the ground. Seeing that bloody scene, the rest of the children, Wei Jie and Lu Xiaohong, trembled with fear. Killing a person with a single punch, it was the first time they had witnessed such a fearsome scene. Boss Sun spat out a glob of saliva on the floor, eyeing Wei Jie and ordered venomously, "Pay! Trash! He dares disrupt this father's matters. Crawl over here. You better lick my boots clean." Boss Sun was a lowly farmer prior to the apocalypse. Due to his looks, he had suffered plenty of disdain in the city, and many women had recoiled at the sight of him. This caused him to be filled with inferiority and anger. After the apocalypse, he gained some strength and started to retaliate against any beautiful women. He liked to watch them grovel at his feet like dogs. Wei Jie's face was pale as a sheet. Although she had sold herself out, she wasn't willing to throw away her pride as well. "Trash!" Yu Zhong snapped coldly. When Boss Sun heard that, he pointed at Yu Zhong and bellowed, "Fuck! Damn cripple, what the fuck did you say? Men, go break his arms, then hang him outside to dry. Piece of shit. Just die." 7 of the men rushed towards Yu Zhong with a hint of madness in their eyes. With a flash of a blade, before they even reached Yu Zhong, their bodies were chopped into several pieces. Fresh blood and steaming innards splattered everywhere. The whole room was covered in a grotesque bloody color. Yu Zhong stood up slowly, his crocodile saw-tooth blade raised in his arms, as he looked at Boss Sun coldly. Seeing his 7 comrades sliced apart like tofu, one of the other subordinates was frightened and trembled as he tried to run out. Boss Sun's face had a huge change, and he knew at once that he wasn't a match for Yu Zhong. He himself had no way of instantly slaughtering 7 men, and this man had just casually done so. He was obviously a dangerous and powerful opponent. Boss Sun immediately came to a decision and made a mad dash for Wei Jie. As long as he had a hostage, he would have a sliver of chance. Just as he was about to reach for her, a blade beam slashed past his neck, and his head fell off without any resistance. The headless corpse stumbled a few steps forward, before slumping to the ground as blood fountained in a falling arc through the air. When Wei Jie, Lu Xiaohong and the rest of the children witnessed this, they were truly frightened out of their wit. They have never come across such an inhumane sight before. Nice reaction. Too bad it was too slow. Yu Zhong eyed the corpse of Boss Sun, before suddenly disappearing from his position. At the next instant, he appeared beside the remaining hooligan, his blade held at the neck as he barked coldly, "Bring me to Zhang Luha." Yes, yes. The burly man immediately stammered out. He didn't dare disobey such a terrifying existence. Led by the burly man, Yu Zhong came to a villa. The man pointed to the villa and spoke, "Zhang Luha is inside." At the same time, a middle-aged man stepped out, exuding an imposing aura. He had huge coarse hands, his face was slightly tanned, but his eyes were sharp. He was accompanied by 8 other enhancers. Zhang Luha eyed Yu Zhong and his eyes narrowed. "Friend, I'm Zhang Luha. Is there some sort of misunderstanding between us?" Yu Zhong eyed him coldly and said, "Ding Town is now mine. I'll only give you 3 seconds to consider, you can surrender or die." Ding Town was in between Binqi City and Guining City, and would be a place within Yu Zhong's control in the future. Since he came here, he might as well set his plans in motion early. A man with spiky hair and a gold leather jacket stepped out and cursed, "Damn you! Who the fuck are you? Are you looking to die?" Yu Zhong's eyes turned icy, as the stinger appeared in his hands and he fired a single shot at the loudmouth. The man with the spiky hair had his head directly blasted apart, as the sloppy red and white brain matter splattered onto the ground, beautifying the pavement. Zhang Luhi's heart turned cold as he barked out, "Move! Kill him!" Zhang Luhi's words had just come out his mouth when Yu Zhong had already activated his shadow steps. Shooting forwards like an arrow, nigh instantly appearing in front of Zhang Luha like a specter. Yu Zhong waved his crocodile saw-tooth blade, and a blade beam flashed past Zhang Luhi's neck. Zhang Luha had no way of reacting in time when his head was sliced off cleanly. It rolled to the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Seeing how casually he had taken down their boss, the 4 experts felt their heart turn cold. They were drenched in fear and did not dare move. The remaining 3 enhancers who were agility and strength-based charged forth towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed those 3 enhancers and the crocodile tooth, saw blade in his hands, danced again. In the blink of an eye, the 3 enhancers were sliced apart, their dismembered bodies dropping to the floor. It was a gruesome sight. "I surrender! I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender!" The remaining 4 experts had their confidence shattered, and they immediately knelt on the ground, shivering as they took the initiative to surrender. It was the first time that they had come across such a terrifying expert, and while the 8 of them could join forces against Zhang Luha, in front of this man, they had obviously been slaughtered like chickens. They knew they were absolutely nothing. Yu Zhong eyed them coolly and asked, "Report your names." "Zhang En, Tang Jun, Ma Jian, Lu Feng." Yu Zhong ordered, "Go gather the soldiers of Ding Town, await my orders." "Yes." The 4 men immediately headed out. Within Ding Town there were 300 survivors, and of which 80 were soldiers. The rest were just ordinary survivors. Most of them did not have any good impression of Zhang Luha. Even if the leader was changed, they didn't have any response. They were the lowest of society anyway. Yu Zhong split the 80 soldiers into 4 teams led by each of the 4 experts. Boss Yu. Not good. There's an enemy raid. Right as Yu Zhong was reorganizing them, Zhang En came running with a pale expression, flanked by 6 or 7 of his men as he reported loudly. What? Bring me there. Yu Zhong frowned and left with huge strides. Ding Town was now considered an establishment under his control, and that meant its citizens were his people. If he had the means, he would protect them properly. Tang Jun and the other 2 exchanged glances as they followed closely. When Yu Zhong came to the town center, he saw a group of 100 men and women carrying weapons, each of them sporting a scorpion tattoo. They were killing and raping the survivors of the Ding Town. Tang Jun saw those tattoos and his face lost color. Violent scorpions! It's actually them. Chapter 507, Purple Scorpion Xuaning. Chapter 507, Purple Scorpion Xuaning. The violent scorpions were the strongest armed force aside from the 3 main powers. They were located near Binqi City, and while they might only have about 300 to 400 members, every one of them were strong enhancers. At the same time, they were cruel, and every time they went on a raid, they would not leave any survivors. Hearing the name, Zhang En, Ma Jun and the rest turned pale and retreated a few steps. They wanted to turn and run. As enhancers with enhanced bodies, they could definitely make a run for it. Yu Zhong eyed those inhumane acts of the violent scorpions and frowned, as he waved his hand and a heavy machine gun appeared. He aimed at those gang members currently in the midst of killing and pillaging and pressed the trigger. At the next moment, a fearsome line of fire spat out and 5 or 6 of the violent scorpions were directly punched full of holes, causing blood to spill everywhere. With that sudden assault, the members of the violent scorpions began to curse out of shock and fear, as they hurried to dodge for cover. Yu Zhong made use of his heavy machine gun to take down another 3 soldiers. By that time, the 100 others had found cover. Zhang En and the rest saw how Yu Zhong magically pulled out his heavy machine gun and proceeded to fire at the violent scorpions without batting an eyelid, and were stunned speechless. It was especially shocking due to the nature of those heavy-caliber bullets. A single round could blast a head apart, or tear a person's body in 2 if it struck the waist. Its ability to sweep across its enemies was fearsome and a testament to its might. Yu Zhong saw that the soldiers had managed to find cover, and he frowned slightly. It was going to be harder to deal with them. Yu Zhong then shot forwards towards the hiding places of the soldiers. Go to hell! Right in the middle of his charge, 6 violent scorpions enhancers leaped out of an alley and made to attack Yu Zhong with their daggers and replica tang sword. Yu Zhong whipped out his dual 05 submachine guns and with lightning speed, he aimed at their heads and fired off mercilessly. With a short clean burst of gunfire, the 6 violent scorpions enhancers were turned into sieve. Quang Lang. Following the sounds of glass shattering, 2 agility-based enhancers broke through a window and charged at Yu Zhong. However, they had just emerged from the windows, when the holes of the guns were pointed at their heads, before spraying a line of fire. In that moment, bullets pierced their brain, turning them into lifeless corpses that slumped to the floor. At a hidden corner, a dozen young men and women were dressed in tattered clothes, and they huddled together. They were dressed simply, and it could be seen that their constitution was stronger than most, otherwise they would not be able to tolerate the cold. The stronger the body, the stronger the resistance towards extreme temperatures. With Yu Zhong's current body, as long as he wasn't blanketed by that violent snowstorm, he wouldn't be affected by the cold at all. One of the young males, who looked about 16 or 17 and had a blonde mohawk hairstyle, as well as piercings, eyed Yu Zhong, who was going around killing the members of the violent scorpions. His eyes flashed with fear, and immediately spoke urgently to a young woman with purple hair beside him. "Big sis! What do we do? That guy is a freak. He's too terrifying. Why don't we retreat first?" Beside the Mohawk boy, the young woman was dressed in black leather, her head full of purple hair. Her figure was explosively stunning, and her skin fair. Her legs were slender and seemed more taut with her choice of high heels. Her lips were thick and full, her features exquisite. The gaze in her eyes was sharp for her age, and she had an imposing aura as well as a charm, giving her the feel as though she was a sexy female leopard. The various young men and women were gathered around her, awaiting her orders. It was obvious she was the ringleader. The purple-haired beauty cursed out without regard for her image, as a string of profanities came out with her dark magic blade pointed at Yuzhong before she charged over. "Mountain chicken! To hell with retreating! Fuck that fellow, let's fucking do him in! Attack!" With her lead, the rest of the young men and women began to rush over. Yuzhong eyed them approaching and immediately pulled out his QJZ-8 heavy machine gun, aiming at them. "Don't shoot. I have something to say." The beauty with purple hair eyed the heavy machine gun, and her expression changed before she came to a stop. She raised her hands and got the rest of her subordinates to stop in their tracks as well. Yuzhong frowned and lifted the heavy machine gun slightly as he spoke coldly. "Surrender now and become my subordinates. Otherwise you can all die here. Choose." Yuzhong had never had the habit of going easy on his enemies. Since this bunch of jokers had decided to attack his town, he didn't mind killing them all. The vivacious woman licked her alluring lips and pointed at Yuzhong with her dark magic blade. Her sharp eyes were fixed on Yuzhong as she spoke with an excited and passionate look. "My name is Xuanning, the big sister of the violent scorpions, purple scorpion Xuanning. What's the point of using a gun? If you have the balls, come and take up your blade against this queen. If you can win me, I'm willing to be your woman, even if you want this queen to strip naked and be fucked by you, this queen will do it. However, if you lose to me, you must join me and become my man." Xuanning was extremely interested in Yuzhong's marksmanship and ability to conjure a gun out of nowhere. She lacked such a force in her team. If he joined her, her purple scorpion team would then become the top force amongst the three factions of the violent scorpions. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yuzhong flipped his hand, and the heavy machine gun disappeared before he turned into a flash and charged towards Xuanning. "Little handsome, your speed ain't too bad. What a pity you've met me. Today you're destined to be mine." Xuanning eyed Yuzhong and licked her lips again. She activated her second-order high-speed movement, and her entire body disappeared, rushing towards Yuzhong with a spectre-like speed. She was a naturally awakened agility-based evolver, and at the point of her evolution, she had gained insight into the second-order high-speed movement. It was precisely because of that she could rise to become one of the three leaders in the violent scorpions. After activating her skill, Xuanning's speed exploded out with double her original speed. It exceeded a normal person by at least 13 times, as that slender leg of hers lashed out viciously towards Yuzhong's waist. She wanted to beat down this man thoroughly, to get him to submit to her totally. Too slow. Yuzhong's hand easily grabbed her leg, as he took a casual step forwards, and his right hand locking onto Xuanning's throat like a venomous snake. Xuanning was over level 30, and facing Yuzhong, who was over level 60 and equipped with an entire set of equipment, she was simply powerless. "You've lost." Yuzhong's eyes flashed with a cold gaze as he strengthened his grip, resulting in his handprint to cause a deeper impression on her fair neck. "Let go of Big Sis." A few of the young hooligans exploded out in rage and raised their weapons towards Yuzhong. The Mohawk youth was the most devastated, as he had a long-time crush on Xuanning. Seeing another man grabbing his saintess like that, his heart was brimming with fury, and he pulled out a gun to aim at Yuzhong. Yuzhong stood quietly, but another hole appeared in midair, with White Bones taking a step out and immediately shooting out a bone spike to pierce Mohawk Boy's head. With the flash of White Bones' blades, the 7 or 8 other young hooligans that rushed forwards were instantly sliced into multiple parts, dropping onto the floor. That ruthless and gory scene shocked everyone present, as they trembled. Their fear towards Yu Zhong had reached an apex, causing them to stay still. When the other violent scorpions at the other locations saw this, they were also filled with fear. Their number 1 expert purple scorpion Xuanning had been easily subdued but his man, and there was a freakish monster by his side that could slice out with bone blades. Every single one of them instantly stopped what they were doing, for fear of angering Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong grabbed Xuanning's snow-white neck for a while, sweeping his gaze around, before loosening his grip. He then eyed the coughing Xuanning and asked coldly, "Are you going to make your decision now to follow me, or do you want everyone to accompany you in death?" Xuanning coughed a few times before she lifted her head and replied in a straightforward manner, "I've lost. Since this queen has lost, I'm naturally your woman. I, Purple Scorpion Xuanning, am your girlfriend now. My Purple Scorpion team is yours as well. Kids, get the hell out here. Come and greet your new boss. Oh yes, what's your name? You can't keep getting me to call you boss, right?" Yu Zhong eyed Xuanning with an appreciative look. "I'm called Yu Zhong." Although this Xuanning was loud and obnoxious, calling herself this queen, and spoke like a little gangster, it was undeniable that she was an incredibly sexy and beautiful girl. At the same time, she was strong in her own right. It was just that Yu Zhong was vastly overpowered. Xuanning eyed Yu Zhong with a likewise strange glint in her eyes, and she spoke directly. "Great! Boss Yu, from today onwards, you're my man, I'm your woman." Xuanning was not an idiot. She could tell in that instant during their exchange that the gap between them was truly too huge. If she insisted on being at loggerheads with him, the purple scorpions would be wiped from the earth on this day. Chapter 508 Hidden Concern. Chapter 508 Hidden Concern. This purple scorpion team was originally Xuanning's private troop. Under her orders, they began to gather quickly. Xuanning pointed to Yu Zhong and ordered her subordinates, "This is your boss, quick, acknowledge him." The youths immediately called out loudly, "Greetings, boss." Yu Zhong carefully observed this group of hooligans, a bunch of teenagers ranging from age 15 to 19. Every one of them had strange outfits, and their hair were dyed different colors. Adding on to the bits of gold they wore, it was even more strange. Zhang En and the other enhancers saw how easily Yu Zhong had subdued and controlled this faction of the violent scorpions, and were speechless. Yu Zhong proceeded to ask Xuanning, "Why did you guys decide to attack Dingtown?" Xuanning's eyes flashed with helplessness. The crazy bitches from the Snow Palace had launched an attack out of nowhere on the surrounding powers. Our violent scorpions were not a match against those crazy women, and had no choice but to run in this direction. We had intended to shrug, say fuck it, and relocate here. Yu Zhong asked curiously. "Snow Palace, I heard that they were an all-female bunch. With your power, going there should be more beneficial for you. Why didn't you do so?" Xuanning was not weak. With her second-order divine speed, on top of her agility-based evolver status, she would be welcomed anywhere. That was why Yu Zhong was curious. Xuanning's voice turned solemn. "No can do. If I brought my people there, other than those of us who are women, the rest of my brothers would be sentenced to lead their lives as lowly slaves." Xuanning wasn't a power-hungry woman, nor was she an absolutely capable leader. However, she was caring enough to not abandon her subordinates nor condemn them to a life of suffering. Through her explanation, Yu Zhong discovered what it was like to be in the all-women faction, Snow Palace. The leader was a powerful and terrifying female expert, and other than her, the rest of the upper echelons were also strong female experts. There were a total of 3,000 women in Snow Palace, and they were all disciples of the faction. Other than them, there about 12,000 men who were slaves. They had to slog for the Snow Palace, and ate the worst food, did the most horrible jobs, and lived in the most uninhabitable places. Every day there would be men who died from the cold, but the Snow Palace basically ignored their plight. Hearing that description, Yu Zhong was sullen. The world has really changed. What kind of stupid hellhole did that leader of the Snow Palace crawl out from, to be so antagonistic to all men? It was obvious that the head of the Snow Palace viewed men with disdain. Yu Zhong continued to ask, "How many of your violent scorpions are left?" Xuanning did not hide anything and replied, "Of the original 3 factions of the violent scorpions, the purple scorpions, the yellow scorpions and the scarlet scorpions, the yellow scorpions have been wiped out. The red scorpions under Toilet and this group are all that's left." Yu Zhong continued, "Is there any way to get in contact with Toilet?" Xuanning looked straight at Yu Zhong with her beautiful eyes and shook her head slowly. "Boss Yu, this queen might be your girlfriend, but this queen will not betray her brothers even if you got people to torture me. You can force me to do anything, but this queen will definitely not betray her brothers." Yu Zhong could not take it any more and rebuked her. "Can you stop using this queen and just speak normally?" Looking at such a hot and beautiful little minx actually refer to herself as queen caused Yu Zhong to be uncomfortable. Xuanning replied, albeit a little awkwardly, "Got it, from now on this queen, no, I will take note of it." Right at this moment, following the loud roars of motors, 2 assault helicopters flew overhead, passing this small town as they headed into the distance. Yu Zhong saw those assault helicopters and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. "Those are the Eurocopter Tigers, are they from the Kingdom of God?" The Kingdom of God originated from Europe, Germany, and the Eurocopters were the most common form of weapons they had utilized when they were expanding in Vietnam. Yu Zhong pointed at the direction which those Eurocopters flew towards and asked Xuanning, "What faction lies over there?" Xuanning took a look before replying, "It should be the territory of the Thousand Heroes Association. The boss, Dan Ba, is a lustful sex pervert, but his strength is genuine. I heard they are on equal footing with the Snow Palace, with over 10,000 survivors." Yu Zhong eyed that direction and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Seeing that this streetwise mouthy female leader knew the area well, he continued to ask, "I want to go to Guining City. Do you know the way?" Xuanning asked, "I know, but to get there we need to pass through any of the 3 major powers. Which road will you prefer?" "Which road is the fastest?" "The road that passes through the territory of the Greater China Alliance." He immediately brought an end to the discussion. "Then let's head to the Greater China Alliance." Xuanning looked at her subordinates within the town, her face turning slightly downcast. "But Boss Yu, what about my brothers, sisters and the people of Ding Town?" Through the experiences of the apocalypse, Xuanning had grown accustomed and distant to the loss of lives, but she was extremely loyal to her people. Since this band of rogue teenagers had followed her, she was determined to be responsible for them. That was why, even though she was an evolver that possessed a second-order skill, she was only level 30, because she focused on empowering the rest. Due to her tireless efforts to support and protect them, they were all loyal to her. "There's enough food to support everyone here for a week. Wei Jie, come over." Yu Zhong eyed Wei Jie, who was standing a distance away, and called for her. Wei Jie came to his side and asked with a little apprehension, "Boss Yu, what's the matter?" Yu Zhong's measures were decisive and vicious, and his merciless attitude to his enemies had thoroughly shocked this kind-hearted teacher, who only had the best interest of her children in mind. She found it hard to breathe just by standing beside him. Yu Zhong swept his gaze over the people present, before pointing to White Bones and said coldly, "Everyone listen up, from now on, Wei Jie is the temporary leader of the town. Zhang En, you and the rest will assist her in the running of the town. White Bones will be aiding you as well. Whoever does not listen, it will directly kill the offender. The whole lot of you better run the town properly. Wait for my return, is that understood? Zhang En and the rest felt a chill down their spine as they replied respectfully, "Yes, leader." Although they were not wholeheartedly submissive to Yu Zhong yet, they had been frightened by his fearsome methods. As long as he was not dead, or without the assistance of any other larger power, they would not dare to entertain any strange thoughts. Xuanning also lectured a few of her little leaders, before deciding to bring along a 13 or 14-year-old, whose hair was dyed tea green. She had thick makeup on, and her figure was just beginning to blossom. Xuanning pointed to this girl with tea green hair and introduced, "This is Lu Xiaocha, you can call her Little T. She has the ability to forecast the weather up to a day in advance, and she's extremely accurate. She can even predict how long before the next rainfall, and how long the rain will take." Lu Xiaocha looked at Yu Zhong and shot him a provocative smile. "Boss Yu, you're really cool. I'm all wet from watching you. If you want to fuck, just find me, hee. Get on." He eyed them impassively, and pointed to the swift shadow bike that he retrieved from his storage ring. The girls in the current society were truly audacious and open. There were many young females who were not closed to experimenting with their bodies, and when the topic came to sex, they were even more daring than most guys. Yu Zhong did not view such people with contempt. After all, it was their choice. However, it did not mean that he liked them. However, her nature-predicting ability was important to Yu Zhong, who did not control a satellite. If he had someone like her earlier, he wouldn't have been blown away by that monstrous snowstorm. Lu Xiaocha took one look at the sleek and powerful-looking motorcycle, and her eyes shone with anticipation. "Wah! What a cool motorcycle!" Xuanning slapped Lu Xiaocha's perky butt and said, "Get on, you havoc vixen." "Yes, big sis," she exclaimed and leapt on. Xuanning chuckled seductively at Yu Zhong and got on as well. "Boss Yu, Little T is not a bad girl, she's one of the 2 virgins I have in my troop, and she's relatively clean. There are no problems if you want to fuck her. Am I some lustful sex maniac in your eyes?" Yu Zhong was speechless as he got on the bike. The moment he climbed behind Xuanning, he could smell the bewitching scent of the young girl in front of him, and felt her perky and bouncy figure in front of him. He instantly got aroused, and his rod pressed against her bottom. Xuanning nestled deeper into his arms and teased, "Hee, you're hard, aincha? Shut up and sit tight." He was a little embarrassed and irritated, barking out before flooring the accelerator, causing the motorbike to roar to life and charged into the horizon. Before the apocalypse, this Yang County had over 100,000 residents. Now, the entire place had become the territory of the Greater China Alliance. Yu Zhong brought Xuanning and Lu Xiaocha to the outskirts of Yang County, observing and making their preparations. Chapter 509 Evil Youth. Chapter 509 Evil Youth. Outside Yang County, there was a river of about 6 m width that flowed around it. Prior to the apocalypse, the moat didn't exist. It was apparent that the Greater China Alliance had gotten manual labor to be carried out, digging such a moat and redirecting water to flow in it. Furthermore, there was a city wall of about 5 m surrounding the city within the moat. There were all sorts of defense fortifications on top of the wall. There were also numerous heavy machine guns pointed outwards, prepared to tear any enemy into shreds. With the combination of the 6 m wide moat and the 5 m high city wall, even if 100,000 zombies attacked, Yang County could defend itself comfortably. Even mutant beasts hordes and other human factions would have to think twice before launching an assault. The fortifications and structures were built impressively, and the huge moat having been erected at the expense of a huge amount of manual labor was also a stroke of genius. It was also partly because the county was near a water source, that was why it was possible. If it was a city, the moat would be too huge, and the amount of manpower required would be overwhelming. It would not have been possible to do it in a short time. If it was a small town, then the number of survivors would be too little to dig an effective moat. With such defenses in place, even if Yu Zhong activated his elite troops, he would have to pay quite a price to be able to take it down. Yu Zhong scrutinized every available detail before saying, "Let's go." Xuanning and Lu Xiaocha followed behind as the trio made their way towards Yang County. For the sake of preventing unwanted attention, both the girls had ruffled their hair and wore distasteful clothes, hiding their looks and figures. When the sentries saw this small group approaching harmlessly, they waved them in with disgust. Yu Zhong then led the two of them silently as they walked towards the other side of the county. The current atmosphere in the county was bleak, as most of the survivors were hiding in their own homes, avoiding the cold. The homeless were huddled together at various corners, their eyes blinking soullessly awaiting their deaths. There wasn't a sign of life on the streets, and it felt as though the inhabitants were already zombies. At this time, there was a loud commotion resounding from a distance away. "Get the hell out of the way! Get the hell away! Young Master Jean is coming out to walk the dogs." Yu Zhong followed the source of the sound, only to see a young man with fox fur and a wretched look holding a rope of sorts. At the end of the rope, there were 8 young beauties crawling on the ground, their eyes lacking the radiance of life, crawling around naked. There were 10 men in black suits and sunglasses around the young man, acting like bodyguards. One of them was currently shouting at the homeless people on the street. "Beast!" Yu Zhong saw the wretched young man walking the young girls like dogs, and his fury billowed. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with an intensity. After the apocalypse, the human race was deteriorating, and there were zombies and mutant beasts everywhere. Yet there were some people who gave in to their inner devils, and indulged in depravity, humiliating and killing their own people. They would step on others to ensure their own enjoyment and pleasures. Yu Zhong hated these type of people to the core. When Xuanning and Lu Xiaocha saw the scene, their eyes were filled with pain and hatred as well. They were after all women, and seeing how their fellow women were being treated by this young Master Jean, they looked as though they were about to explode with their wrath. The bodyguard who was shouting at the homeless on the streets saw Yu Zhong's group, and his expression turned ugly. "What the fuck are you guys staring at? Aren't you shitheads supposed to get down and kneel, welcoming our young Master Jean? His dogs are not meant to be looked upon by the likes of you shits." Regardless of period and era, all rich playboys would have lapdogs by their sides. They were the fiercest bunch. As long as they encountered any other people whose status was lower, they would not hesitate to step up and lash out harshly to demonstrate their power. "Yi Zhang Feng, stand down." The young Master Jin's attention was attracted, and his gaze landed on Xuanning's purple hair, as well as her curvaceous body. His pupils shone with a lustful gleam, and he began to walk over. He looked at them from head to toe, and again, a perverse expression flashed past his face as he waved his hands and ordered, "I've decided. The two of you will be my bitches. Come, men, kill the man." In this young Master Jin's eyes, a person's life was not even comparable to a dog. As long as he wished it, killing a few people would not be an issue. The bodyguard immediately replied in a fawning manner, "Yes, young Master Jean. Men, capture the 2 women and kill the man." The remaining 9 bodyguards made their move towards Yu Zhong's group simultaneously. They had unusual methods and movements, and from their body constitution, it was obvious that they were all enhancers, truly seeking death. Yu Zhong did not expect that just a single glance at this wretched playboy was enough to set off trouble. This young Master Jean was even more tyrannical than Yu Zhong by goodness knows how many times. "A bunch of trash. You should simply go and die." Yu Zhong waved his hand, and his crocodile saw-tooth blade appeared, and in an instant, he sent out over a dozen blade beams outwards, chopping up the bodyguards like meat. Blood, organs and body parts splattered all over the ground. When the young Master Jean saw his bunch of lackeys instantly mutilated, he fell down in shock and wet his pants out of fear. He began crying out, "Ah! Help! Help! You can't kill me, I'm Jean Xingcheng's son Jean Dali. If you kill me, my father will not let you off." Yu Zhong shot Jean Dali an extremely cold look as he slashed down viciously. "Trash, you don't have to worry, I'll go find your dad and send him to meet you in hell." At this time, an ordinary-looking bodyguard that had been standing quietly by Jean Dali's side shot forwards explosively, his hands wielding a dark magic blade as he parried Yu Zhong's slash. At the same time, there was a huge force that traveled from the point of impact, causing Yu Zhong to take 2 steps back. His pupils narrowed as he stared at the bodyguard, asking slowly, "You're a strength and agility dual attribute evolver." The bodyguard raised his blade to point at Yu Zhong, his gaze similarly filled with a seriousness and chill. It was his first time encountering such a fearsome opponent that caused even a dual attribute evolver like him to almost lose in the earlier clash. He was filled with shock towards Yu Zhong. "Please leave me some face. Let him go. Today's matters I'll take as if nothing happened." Jean Dali was now hiding behind the bodyguard as he yelled at Yu Zhong with hatred. "Tian Hao, well done! Go kill him. After a few days, I'll gift these bitches to you. Kill him now. Kill him now." Yu Zhong stared fixedly at Tian Hao and spoke slowly. "Is this piece of garbage worth your protection?" Yu Zhong could feel that Tian Hao really didn't want himself as an enemy. Tian Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. "I need to ensure his safety." Yu Zhong's gaze turned strict as his eyes flashed with an icy resolution. "Then I guess I'll send you on your way as well. I'll definitely not leave that piece of shit alive." Yu Zhong could guess that Tian Hao had his difficulties. However, there was a sea of people like that, and he couldn't allow his sentiments to get the better of him as well as his path. "Then, sorry." Tian Hao's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he activated his own second-order shadow steps, and his speed increased explosively, exceeding even the speed of a Type 2 lightning. In a blink, he crossed the 8 m distance between him and Yu Zhong, as a flash of a dagger soared through the air, threatening to slice off Yu Zhong's left arm. Fast! Yu Zhong's eyes glinted, as he activated his shadow steps and gravity manipulation. A huge force weighed down on Tian Hao's body, causing his movements to turn sluggish. Right as he was impeded, Yu Zhong immediately sent a blade towards Tian Hao's own arm. "Open!" Tian Hao bellowed in rage, his body muscles turning taut, as a ferocious strength exploded out from him, bringing his blade up to parry Yu Zhong's attack. Once again, Yu Zhong was forced back. Yu Zhong could easily take down a level 30 evolver that specialized in close combat within a few seconds. However, he was matched blow for blow by this Tian Hao. It could be seen that this guy was not simple. At that moment, just as Tian Hao was about to charge towards Yu Zhong again, Xuanning's voice came from behind, filled with thick killing intent. "Tian Hao, don't move or I'll kill this garbage." "No!" Tian Hao turned around, only to see Xuanning with her dagger at Jean Dali's chest, causing him to be alarmed. Bye-bye." Xuanning turned around and flashed a provocative smile at Tian Hao, before thrusting the dagger deep into Jean Dali's chest, and twisting it ruthlessly, then pulling it out. A huge spray of blood splattered upwards, and she lashed out violently, sending Jean Dali's body towards Tian Hao. Tian Hao's face drained of all its color, as he rushed towards Jean Dali's corpse, and reached his hand out. When he had just touched the body, Yu Zhong had already stepped forward and kicked at Tian Hao viciously as well. He was sent flying about 6 to 7 meters away, spitting a mouthful of blood, suffering greatly. After Tian Hao was sent flying by a single kick, he immediately stepped out and reached to see if Jean Dali was breathing. His face then turned ashen and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shit. Yu Zhong observed Tian Hao, who had seemed to lose all will to live, and coldly barked. What's the deal with him? Speak, I'll see if I can help. Chapter 510 Truth. Chapter 510 A Truth. Yu Zhong was a level 66 expert, and his power was at a terrifying degree. If he really went all out, he could take down Tian Hao with 80% confidence. However, if he could get him to submit, then he would have gained a powerful subordinate. Tian Hao replied with a downcast face, My sister Tianjing was captured by Jinda. Only he knows where my sister is. I had to continue to work for him to ensure her safety. With his death, my sister is sure to die as well. At this time, one of the women who was sprawled on the ground naked, of about 31 or 32, had a strange glint in her eyes as she laughed coldly. Tianjing? Your sister Tianjing has already died long ago. What? No. Impossible. Impossible. She can't be dead. You're lying. Tian Hao's face turned extremely savage, and charged at the beauty, as though he wanted to tear her apart. Yu Zhong frowned and kicked out, causing Tian Hao to crash into the snow. If Tian Hao really lost his rationale, then he would have torn the beauty in two. With his strength, Yu Zhong would have found it hard to bring him down without abilities. However, he was not thinking properly now, and had lost his combat edge. Even with a powerful constitution, such a person was basically vulnerable. Yu Zhong waved his hands and threw some clothes to the 8 ladies, and commented, Wear them. Come with me. Thank you. The 8 of them received the clothes, and their eyes immediately turned red. A few of them thanked him in low voices. Having been treated like this, and having lost all sense of dignity at the hands of Jinda, Yu Zhong's icy demeanor still provided them with a little respect. Since you want to know about your sister, come with me. He eyed Tian Hao and spoke coldly. After which, he directly went towards an alley. Xuening, Lu Xiaocha and the other 8 women followed closely behind. Tian Hao's body shuddered, and he stood up to hurry after them. Yu Zhong's killing of Jinda was witnessed by many people on the street. At this time, many of the survivors that had soulless eyes began to stir. Some pounced on the dead bodyguards, hoping to get some items, while some made their way towards the headquarters of the town to relay what was happening. Very soon, the corpses of those bodyguards were stripped clean and transported away, leaving nothing behind. Xuening followed Yu Zhong closely and asked curiously, Where are we heading to now? Jinda had been killed, and the Greater China Alliance would definitely not let things rest. They would flip the entire town over just to find the culprit. Xuening wanted to know what Yu Zhong's next move was. Yu Zhong glanced at the lady that had opened her mouth earlier to say that Tianjing was already dead, and ordered, Take me to Jinda living quarters. This beauty was the most mature and charming of the lot, exuding an attractive aura from head to toe. She also exhibited a hint of intelligence, and was obviously a person of position in the past. In truth, this woman was called Zhao Ling. She had been the head of a successful group, and her net worth was in the millions. She was intelligent, strong, and independent. After the apocalypse happened, she had landed in the hands of Jinda, and her independent nature had infuriated Jinda. That was why he treated her like a bitch. Before that, she was the subject of his adoration and love, and knew many of his secrets. Zhao Ling looked at Yu Zhong with immense respect and replied, Yes. After being punished to live like a slave, Zhao Ling found that her independence and strength as a person of position in the past didn't count for nuts in the present world. Those who were not as capable or good-looking as her would be treated nicely just because they obeyed Jinda. Although she was beautiful and sexy, because she wasn't willing to submit, she had been banished to the lowest rungs of Jinda's slaves. It caused her to suffer a huge blow, and her pride had been thoroughly destroyed. She brought Yu Zhong and the rest to a villa, pointing to it and said, This is the villa that Jinda resided in. However, there are many experts in there. There's also some form of alarm installed. The moment it rings, the entire Yang County would know of any strange movements here. He followed the direction which Zhao Ling pointed, noting that there the villa covered over 100 acres. Surrounding the villa, there were ponds, lush green trees, swimming pools, there was a basketball court even. It was built quite beautifully. It was also likely that the cost of the place must have been a few million. Around the villa, 10 bodyguards were patrolling, and within the villa, God knows how many other experts there were. You guys wait here. After that, Yu Zhong disappeared in a flash. In just a breath's time, he suddenly appeared in front of the 10 bodyguards and activated his art of fear, causing a powerful spirit attack to envelop the minds of those around him. The 10 bodyguards were caught unprepared and were immediately subjected to a terrifying hallucination and fainted on the spot. With just a thought from Yu Zhong, it had broken their minds and caused them to be frightened to death. After taking them down in a jiffy, Yu Zhong charged into the villa like a tornado with his speed that easily exceeded a Type 2 lightning. As he ran, he continued to emit spirit fluctuations through his art of fear, causing anyone that came in contact to immediately convulse on the spot. In 5 seconds, he had rushed all the way into the surveillance room, sending out a wave of art of fear. The 5 soldiers within the room instantly fainted and crumpled to the ground. Yu Zhong stood for a moment in front of the monitors, taking in the images, and shot out of the room. Boom! Following a huge resounding boom, the doors in one of the halls were kicked down by Yu Zhong, and he discovered over 20 men currently entangled with some other women. Of the 20 over men, some were on the floor, some were roaring with laughter, riding some of the women. Some were using whips and candles to torture the women as well. The women were all naked, drenched in sweat and all sorts of substances, lying down weakly. There was a strong sexual odor in the room. Jean de Li would usually gift his subordinates some of the women that he was bored with, and it wasn't just to win his subordinates over, it was also a form of entertainment. "Who is it?" Seeing the huge doors slammed open, a few of the men were jolted awake and shouted out in shock. Some even wanted to prepare their equipment. "The person who will rid the world of you, bunch of trash." A cold glint flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes, and he shot forwards like an arrow, while the black-toothed blade in his hands slashed out 20 times. Yu Zhong's speed was terrifying. Even some Type 3 beasts might not be able to match Yu Zhong. Each time he pushed himself, he would appear and disappear like a bolt of lightning. The 20 over men in the room that were engaged in their own romps were enhancers of at least level 20, but not a single one of them could defend against Yu Zhong's strike. Every single one of them were chopped in two, causing a large amount of blood to splatter, bathing the hall in a bright blood red. Ah! When one of the beauties saw the man currently atop her sliced in two, and blood splattering all over her, she couldn't help herself and screamed out. Yu Zhong eyed the women and barked out coldly, "Shut the hell up! Otherwise you can die." As he stared at them, they felt an instinctive fear rising, and forced down their screams. This man was obviously a terrifying expert that had no qualms killing others. He would definitely not go easy on women either. After taking care of all the experts in the hall, Yu Zhong walked towards a window and beckoned in. Xue Ning and the rest entered the villa. Soon, every other live personnel member was brought to the hall. The men who were still alive were tied up and left one side, and on the other, 200 beauties of various looks, body proportions and age. After Jean de Li became the local tyrant, he liked to bully the men and lord over the women. Many of the women were captured into his harem, and any women he got sick of would be thrown aside or given to his subordinates. Within the hall, Yu Zhong sat on a sofa, and Xue Ning and Lu Xiaocha sat at his side. By now, Lu Xiaocha had cleaned her face of her disguise, revealing her clean and pretty face. She had a look of veneration and awe as she looked at Yu Zhong. Zhao Ling stood quietly by one side, glancing at Yu Zhong from time to time, her heart still in shock. So powerful! This guy could actually take down the entire villa without a sound or alerting anybody. Incredible! Yu Zhong sat at the sofa and eyed Zhao Ling, asking mildly, "So what's the deal with Tianjing's death?" Tian Hao had been standing one side silently like a soulless man, twitched a little, as his eyes shone with a complicated gaze when he stared at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling replied with respect. This lowly one replies. After Tianjing had been captured by Jean Dali, she was toyed with for a while before being thrown to the subordinate. One of the perverts under him had caused her to die in one of his games. Tian Hao was pale white with shock as he hollered in disbelief. "You're lying?" I saw the video of her as well as her voice in his phone. You're lying to me." All the sisters here knew about this. Lu Feng, Qing Fei, Zhang Man, we all knew. Zhao Ling pointed to a few of the beauties in the room, before saying, "Those videos were pre-recorded. Tian Hao, have you even seen her in person?" When Tian Hao heard this, his entire being was jolted, and it turned incredibly cold. He had never seen her once, and he knew in his heart that what Zhao Ling said was true. Chapter 511. Thousand Hero Alliance. Snow Palace. Chapter 511. Thousand Hero Alliance. Snow Palace. When Tian Hao heard the words, he became still, his entire spirit seemingly crushed. Ever since he became an evolver, he had been constantly fighting outside, gaining levels, becoming stronger. It was all to protect his one and only family left in the world, his sister. However, in a moment of folly, he had caused his sister to end up in Jean Dali's hands, which in turn left him no choice but to serve as Jean Dali's lapdog. Hearing the news of his sister's passing, even his willpower to live suffered a huge blow. Yu Zhong took one look at Tian Hao and knew that it was a huge blow to his mental state. It felt like he had aged at least 20 years all of a sudden. He frowned and barked, "Tian Hao, if you want to die, I won't stop you. But if you were to die like that, you would only cause the ones you love more pain, and your enemies pleasure. Jean Dali was your enemy, but your real enemy is Jean Guangxian. If it wasn't for his protection, would a trash like Jean Dali have been able to lay his hands on your sister? If you just die like that without killing Jean Guangxian, your sister would definitely not rest in peace in the netherworld. I had thought that you were a man of fortitude, but I didn't imagine that you would prove me wrong. Since you're a trash yourself, I should have killed you at the first moment we clashed, that way you could have been sent on your way to meet your sister, and save me the burden of having to watch you wallow in self-pity." When Tian Hao heard those harsh words, his dull eyes regained some form of clarity, as they shone with a renewed hatred and vigor. "Yes, there's still Jean Guangxian. I can't die yet. I need to make sure to punish him, and kill the entire Jean family." "Who are you?" he asked. "Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong replied. Tian Hao was intelligent as well, and saw that Yu Zhong's bitter words were meant to get him back on his feet. He gritted his teeth and swore, "Good! Yu Zhong, I know you've spent all this effort to help me, in the hopes of getting my help. I promise you, as long as you help me with my vengeance, my life will be yours to command. I, Tian Hao, might not be a big character, but I've never reneged on any promises I've made. I swear upon my name, that as long as you, Yu Zhong, help me to kill the Jean family, I will serve Yu Zhong with all my heart and life. If I should go back on my word, I will suffer a terrible death, and be treated as a dog for the rest of my life, and never to reincarnate after I die." Yu Zhong eyed Tian Hao with a look of satisfaction. "Good. Tian Hao, you can be assured, I will definitely help you with the Jean family. I am the leader of Guining City, where there are over 900,000 survivors. Jean Guangxian had been a sore thumb to me for quite some time. Once I've returned to Guining City, I can deploy my troops to annihilate them easily." Tian Hao was a man of integrity and valued relationship. He would do what he set his mind to do. With a character like Jindalee, if Yu Zhong was in Tian Hao's shoes, he would have long since killed Jindalee off, as well as his entire family. He wouldn't have allowed himself to be blackmailed. This was because he knew that with such a character, Jindalee would never let naive folks like Tian Hao or his sister to have a good ending. Furthermore, Tian Hao had gone against his conscience to serve Jindalee. Such a person was extremely useful to Yu Zhong. Furthermore, he was a dual attribute evolver, and his potential for growth was naturally high. When Tian Hao heard Yu Zhong's words, he nodded slowly and sunk in his thoughts. Everyone's gazes also fell on Yu Zhong, their eyes filled with shock. In this world, an establishment of over a few 10,000 people was already considered a huge faction. Yu Zhong was actually the leader of almost 1 million people. His strength was truly something else. Yu Zhong was about to say something else, when a loud alarm resounded throughout Yang County. Tian Hao's face fell as he immediately voiced out, "Not good. It means that there's an enemy launching an attack on Yang County." When Yu Zhong heard that, he launched into action, throwing his 05 guns to Xuening. "Okay. I'll go take a look. Tian Hao, follow me. Xuening, Lu Xiaocha, Zhaoling, I'll leave this place to you. Xuening will take the lead. Don't let anything untowards happen here. If those fellows try anything funny, just execute them." Xuening was not only hot, but vicious in her methods. When Yu Zhong was engaged with Tian Hao in battle, she had taken the initiative to attack Jindalee to distract Tian Hao. Yu Zhong could be rest assured leaving things to her. Xuening flashed an alluring smile at Yu Zhong, while saying confidently, "Got it, boss. Make it quick, let's engage in some 6p tonight. I'm a virgin myself, and based on my judgment, there are a few beautiful ones here that are virgins as well." Xuening's brazen words caused Yu Zhong's figure to slightly tremble. He had never seen such an outspoken woman before. He had a number of women at his beck and call, but most of them were filled with respect and fear towards him. They all spoke extremely courteously. At most, they would tease him once in a while, but he had never seen someone who declared herself to be a virgin, and yet suggested a 6p in the same sentence before. Seems like it wasn't a bad decision to get her. He swept an eye across her charming features and sexy figure, taking in that bright purple hair of hers that occurred due to evolving, and felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. Yu Zhong only took a quick glance, and threw his thoughts to the back of his mind, before charging out with Tian Hao. Outside of Yang County, there were 2 clear separate troops, one was all male, and the other, a mix of men and women. Of those troops, the men numbered in the 6,000s, while the women counted above 10,000. With such manpower in this day and age, they can only be powerful factions, and they were precisely the Snow Palace and the Thousand Hero Alliance. The Thousand Hero Alliance had a battalion of soldiers currently marching on Yang County, with a large number of its soldiers firing wildly. As for Yang County, the defense mechanisms were engaged, as the heavy machine guns on the city walls began spewing fire, suppressing the Thousand Hero Alliance soldiers. From time to time, there would be a Thousand Hero Alliance soldier that fell. Behind those soldiers, there were 2 self-propelling rocket launchers firing projectiles towards the city wall as well. Every projectile packed a powerful punch, as one round from the rocket launcher caused a huge hole in the city wall. City walls were a form of defense that was used in ancient times, but had been relegated due to modern warfare. It was because the firepower from modern weapons were too powerful, and a city wall would not be able to withstand the blast impact from those weapons of destruction. In between the 2 troops at the back, there was a joint forces command post, in charge of commanding the assault by the Thousand Hero Alliance and the Snow Palace. A man stood in the command post, his height towering at 1.9 m, his entire frame bulky and muscly. He had a full beard, his hair grizzly, his eyebrows thick. He wore a clean white shirt and black trousers, and while his attire didn't match his aura, it could not be denied that he was imposing and powerful. He was looking at a stunningly beautiful woman beside him, whose hair was a silvery white and her body curvaceous. She had an otherworldly aura and incredible features, which shone with an intense coldness and aloof nature. The man's eyes were filled with an undisguised lust as he spoke. "Snow Palace Master, it's your turn to send your people." The middle-aged man was precisely the leader of the Thousand Hero Alliance, Zhu Xiongba. He had single-handedly brought up this faction of 50,000 people and had over 7,000 direct subordinate. As for the cold and proud beauty, she was naturally the palace master of the Snow Palace faction, Shangguan Bing Shui. Attack! Shangguan Bing Shui did not return Zhu Xiongba's gaze, instead turning to a pretty, short-haired soldier decked in military uniform. This person was Yun Chu-Chu. Yun Chu-Chu replied in a respectful manner and stepped out to relay the orders. "Yes, Palace Master." Being disregarded by Shangguan Bing Shui, Zhu Xiongba's heart was filled with fury, and he entertained an extremely vile thought. "Little bitch, why the fuck are you acting so cool for? Once we're done with the Greater China Alliance, I'll capture you, and fuck you over and over in front of your subordinates. Since you hate men so much, your father, I, will get over 1,000 men to play with you, and break you down. I'll see if you can still pretend to be so proud." Even though he was thinking such nasty thoughts, his face wore an awkward smile as he looked towards the distance. Under Shangguan Bing Shui's orders, 6,000 men in tattered clothes walked out from their original contingent, each of them looking bedraggled. They carried long pontoons on their backs as they were forced to charge onwards by the female warriors behind, making their way towards Yang County. In Yang County, the machine guns continued to fire out at the incoming male survivors, felling them like sowing wheat. In just one volley of fire, the male survivors lost their composure and tried to turn and escape. These male survivors were the slaves of Snow Palace, having been made to eat the worst, do the worst kind of labor, and they naturally had low morale. When women became vicious, they were even more terrifying than men. The entire Snow Palace basically propagated the poor treatment of the males. One of the female enforcers brandished her sword and hacked away at the men, shouting, "Get the fuck out there! Bunch of useless trash!" Numerous men were being killed left, right, center, and behind as gouts of fresh blood dyed the scene. Amidst the carnage, one of the male survivors could not hold back anymore and threw himself on a female soldier, shouting, "Everybody! Let's kill these crazy women! Only then will we get a chance to survive." 6 or 7 men immediately jumped forwards and began to bite and scratch the woman to death. The shout from the first man had ignited the desire to survive, and the men instantly went crazy and turned on the female soldiers, drowning them beneath their bodies. Like this, the male slaves of the Snow Palace turned around to bite their masters. Yun Chu-Chu ran urgently in front of Shangguan Bing Shui and said, "Palace Master, the men have rebelled." Chapter 512, Shangguan Bing Shui. Chapter 512, Shangguan Bing Shui. Shangguan Bing Shui's face frosted over, as she spoke in an incredibly icy tone. "Get Ding Mei to go and kill them all." In Shangguan Bing Shui's eyes, those men were utter trash and scum, not even comparable to pigs or dogs. She did not view them as human beings at all. Yun Chu-Chu felt a chill as she replied, "Yes." Zhu Xiongba glanced at Shangguan Bing Shui, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. This woman is truly a lunatic and a maniac. On the battlefield, 500 female warriors dressed in white were led by Ding Mei, as they brandished their Tang replica swords and charged at the men in revolt. They unleashed carnage as swords flashed everywhere. Every single one of the women were enhancers above level 20, and Ding Mei was a level 50 evolver. As they massacred their way through the ordinary male survivors, it was like unleashing a tiger into a herd of sheep. Traitors will die. Ding Mei was like a demoness as she flashed about the crowd, her alluring body dancing in and out. With every slash she made, a male survivor would be sliced in two. Ding Mei had been the chief of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad back at Guining City, and when she lashed out, she was truly ferocious and her attacks were vicious. Due to her obscene speed, there wasn't a single sniper that could lock on her position. With that valiant but cruel Valkyrie leading her troops, the Grupov male rebels instantly collapsed. Many of them wailed as they tried to run in all directions, but the female warriors chased them down, killing them. What a fool! Yu Zhong was hidden in a corner of Yang County, observing the battlefield. When he saw the female warriors slaughtering the male survivors, he could not help but frown and curse. While Shangguan Bingshue's extreme measures were enough to deter any men from harboring intentions towards the women of the Snow Palace, she had just wasted a viable resource by killing the men. They were genetically more capable of warring, and she had just decided to do away with them because of the rebellion. To Yu Zhong, she had made a really stupid call. At the same time, Yu Zhong had seen through Shangguan Bingshue's true might, and it was that her core strength was the group of enhanced female warriors. Other than them, they didn't even have many firearms. It could be seen that her faction wasn't too much of a threat to him. Great, great, great. Truly as I expected. This Shangguan Bingshue is just putting on a false front. Zhu Xiongba watched as the Snow Palace female warriors chased down the male survivors and pressed a button in his hands. At that time, the soldiers from the Thousand Hero Alliance marching towards Yang County suddenly turned around and began firing at the female warriors of the Snow Palace. Under that hail of bullets, many of the strong female warriors were shot down, and they laid in pools of their own blood. At the same time, the rest of the soldiers from the Thousand Hero Alliance began firing their weapons at the Snow Palace soldiers out of the blue. As the attack came suddenly, over 100 Snow Palace female warriors were shot dead. Those who are men, kill these stinking bitches. Kill the stinking bitches. Everybody take action. Kill them stinking bitches. Join our Thousand Hero Alliance and gain proper freedom. Grab your own fate, become true men and heroes. As the Thousand Hero Alliance soldiers continued their assault, they hollered loudly. The men who had been subjected to slavery and torment under the Snow Palace treatment instantly got fired up. They rose up in anger, and began their retaliation towards the female soldiers of the Snow Palace. They had been forced to do intense manual labor, and had been suppressing their hatred and fury. At this critical juncture, it all erupted, and became a huge roaring body of emotions. Zhu Xiongba. What's the meaning of this? When Shangguan Bingshue saw her soldiers being attacked, her calm demeanor was replaced by an intense cold fury, as she glared at Zhu Xiongba with a frightening killing intent. 8 experts above level 40 stepped up to stand beside Zhu Xiongba as they exchanged cold glares with Shangguan Bingshue. Zhu Xiongba stood behind them and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. I mean to eradicate both the Greater China Alliance as well as your Snow Palace today. Everyone will have to become a part of the Thousand Hero Alliance. Shangguan Bingshue, if you know your position, kneel down immediately. Get your entire Snow Palace to submit, and you shall swear to become my woman. I will then dote on you. Otherwise, should you fall into my hands, I will treat you like the lowest of the low, and you will become a bitch, to be fucked by every single man that I give to. By now, the Thousand Hero Alliance had gotten the upper hand in the betrayal, together with the uprising by the male survivors of the Snow Palace. The Snow Palace faction was being bombarded by attacks on all sides. Many female warriors had just gotten into formation when they were blasted by fire. Although there were many experts in the Snow Palace, Even if they activated their skills and took down a number of the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers, they were quickly disposed of as well. Shangguan Bing Shui did not falter, not display too much of a shock. Instead, she assessed the situation coldly in her mind. She replied, without a hint of emotion in her cold exterior, "Without our snow palace, how would your 1,000 Hero Alliance take down Yang County? Even if you defeat us, you will suffer casualties on your side, and you will fail in obtaining Yang County." Zhu Xiongba stared at Shangguan Bing Shui with undisguised excitement, his mind full of thoughts of this absolute beauty groveling and moaning beneath him. His entire body quivered with adrenaline and excitement. "Ha ha! You're right. At first, it would have been extremely tough for my 1,000 Hero Alliance to have to deal with both of you. However, we have received the aid of the Kingdom of God. They have provided sufficient firepower. As for your Snow Palace and the Greater China Alliance, both of you will be in my grasp today." At almost the same time as his speech, a loud whir of motors came roaring from a distance, as 10 Eurocopters burst into the scene, joining the battle. The 10 Eurocopters began firing at the ground, and a number of Snow Palace warriors were instantly torn into shreds. "Those are assault helicopters. How did the 1,000 Hero Alliance get those?" "Finished. We're finished." When they saw the 10 assault helicopters, almost everybody in Yang County and the Snow Palace had a huge change in expression, their morale dropping to the lowest. There were no anti-air defenses in Yang County, and the Snow Palace did not possess any either. Ordinary rifle bullets would not be able to pierce the hulls of these Eurocopters, and even high-caliber machine gun bullets would not do much to them. Shangguan Bing Shui eyed those monsters in the sky, her face still unchanged, as she conjured a green book in her hands. "As long as I kill you, it'll all be over." Zhu Xiongba was also a warlord and experienced fighter, and when he saw the book in Shangguan Bing Shui's hands, his face fell suddenly and he retreated backwards hastily, shouting out, "Kill her! Kill her now!" 6 of the 8 experts by Zhu Xiongba's side immediately shot forward. Amongst those 6 experts, one was an agility-based evolver, and in just a second, he had crossed a distance of over 13 m, appearing in front of Shangguan Bing Shui with a dagger in his hands, slashing towards her abdomen like a vicious snake. The move of the agility evolver was quick and vicious, and even an enhancer of level 60 would have to take him seriously. At the very least, there would have been an injury. "Freeze!" Shangguan Bing Shui's eyes flashed coldly as the level 6 treasure, Bronze Book of Snow and Ice in her hands opened. A white beam of ice shot out and swept across the agility-based evolver, directly turning him into a block of ice, extinguishing his life. Shangguan Bing Shui eyed Zhu Xiongba, and shot towards him with the speed 15 times that of a normal human, like a flying fairy. "Go to hell, bitch!" A 2 m tall burly man wielding a huge mace swung towards Shangguan Bing Shui. If a low-level Type 2 mutant beast was struck by that blow, it would be flattened instantly. The Book of Snow and Ice in Shangguan Bing Shui's hands lit up one more, and a beam of ice shot at the burly expert, also turning him into ice. Another 2 experts charged forwards, one turning into a were-leopard, the other into a werewolf, as they attacked her with a frightening strength and speed. Shangguan Bing Shui quietly activated her book again, as 2 beams of ice hit the 2 experts squarely on the chest, turning them into ice sculptures as well. Seeing how terrifying her strength was, turning everyone she willed into ice, the other 2 experts started to falter, and wanted to run. However, just as they turned, they were immediately encased in ice. While Shangguan Bing Shui might not be a capable leader, the very fact that she was able to establish a faction that could house over 12,000 survivors was testament to her personal power. Her level 6 Book of Snow and Ice was incredibly terrifying. She was a level 58 naturally awakened triple attribute evolver of agility, spirit and stamina. At the same time, with her second-order ice manipulation, as well as the control of the book, not many experts at her level were her match. As for lower-level enhancers, they were simply unable to defend against her. Shit. This woman is damn strong. Zhu Xiongba felt a tremor in his heart because he knew she was powerful in the past, but didn't know it was to this extent. In a flash, 6 level 40 experts had died at her hands. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.